Hello, everyone. Hello, hello. Um, Welcome to this amazing, beautiful stream. We're gonna have the best stream ever. We're gonna be debunking some fake news stuff, or pseudo, or so we claim that it's fake news. We have an amazing panel of people today. We have VPM. You already know them. They do an amazing job debunking stuff and quite intelligently so. And then we have Joe Lidoli. Um, he does an amazing job also debunking stuff and being, I don't know, Joe, whenever I see you, I think like of you of like this sarcastic person that's just amazing at sarcasm and stuff. Like you easily pinpoint sarcastic stuff. And we're gonna have another person, but they haven't joined yet, so they'll join soon. Before we dive into this whole thing, how is everyone? How is the Christmas been? Has Christmas been good or bad?
Christmas has been great. My kids got gifts, made some bread, and yeah, just chilling.
Nice, nice. How about you, VPM? Christmas
I don't
good?
celebrate holidays. I don't do anything like that. So
Wait, not at all?
yeah,
I don't know. I kind of like celebrate. I don't celebrate also. I didn't make a Christmas tree per se, but I do enjoy some of the stuff.
I don't know. I'm just like non-conformist, non-traditionalist. So
Okay, to break the ice, let me ask you guys some questions, okay? I'm gonna ask you some questions just to break the ice a little bit, okay?
Okay.
How many speeding tickets have you gotten your whole life?
I don't drive.
Maybe one. It was a speeding camera in Boulder, Colorado. I think I paid it. I was like going 10 over or something.
Not bad. Okay, I guess I'm the odd man out here because I definitely have like at least 8.
Yeah, we
my
saw
God.
from yesterday, Chip, you're not a great driver.
Hey, I'm an amazing, excellent driver.
Sure, that's why no fire hydrant left standing in that GTA game.
Well, I identify as a golden retriever, and you know how we hate fire hydrants, so that's why that was happening.
Yeah.
What kind of shows do you like to binge watch? Or what's a good show that you're binge watching right now?
Right now, I'm in a watch party. We're watching Mr. and Mrs. Smith, and then after that, we're gonna watch. I'm gonna rewatch and they're gonna watch it for the first time. Marvelous Mrs. Maisel.
It's
So
so
good.
good. It's so good.
Yeah.
My favorite.
I was
What,
surprised I never watched it before. So
what about you, Joe? What do you...
I haven't had much time for a TV series recently. But when we do have time, we've been watching through the Final Destination movies. If you've seen them, they're hilarious.
How can you be awake after watching them? Because doesn't every sound like you might get killed soon after watching those movies?
Yeah, they're funny on purpose. After
Oh.
the first one, it was like trying to be serious, but starting with the second one, they're just funny on purpose. Like they find the funniest ways to kill people, and it's entertaining.
Okay.
So, yeah, it's like they like come up with like Rube Goldberg machines of ways to murder people. It's quite amusing.
I remember the gym one where the guy's head just gets crushed in between two things. That was insane. Okay. Let me see. Are you a morning person or an evening person?
Morning for sure.
yeah, go.
Yeah, just morning. I fall asleep at like 8 p.m. So
Nice.
Yeah, I have a delayed sleep phase, and so I have no choice but to be a mid-morning person right now. But my body's preference is definitely to be like a night person.
I get that. Yeah. Same. I'm a morning person, but I get what you're saying, VPN, because I also get sometimes I get the feeling that if I wake up later, I'm better. I just don't want to wake up later. It just, you lose half the day if you do that.
Not if you work into the night. Then you
Not
don't.
if. Fair enough. Fair enough. But then, yeah, never mind. Okay, and the final question. What is your phone wallpaper right now?
Just generic stuff, just like blurred bullshit.
It's a photo of my daughter with her new bike,
Hmm.
with her stuffies in her little bike basket of Princess Peach and the Boo from Mario. And I won't show my daughter on stream, so.
That's good. I just have like the Earth, I guess. The Earth. Yeah. Okay. Well, let's get into it. Enough chit chat. That's it. None of us like chit chat, so let's just get into it.
Yeah, Chip, you don't like chit chat?
I don't like chit chat. No, I find it necessary, but I don't like it. I learned to do it. It's a learned skill.
Okay.
Do you like chit chat? What are you?
No.
No, of course not. Okay. So I wrote down a couple of things for everybody listening, and I'm just going to read them out loud for how we do going forward. It's important to be clear about why we're doing this stream. This is not about creating division within the movement, attacking individuals, or making fun of people who are asking questions or expressing skepticism. We're not interested in pointing fingers or turning this into a purity test. We're interested in the truth, because in this particular case, the stakes are unusually high. Claiming that vitamin B12 is fake or unnecessary isn't just a theoretical disagreement, it can have real-world consequences. Even if someone personally believes supplementation isn't needed, encouraging others to avoid B12 carries a significant risk. The potential downside of taking B12 for healthy individuals is minimal. It's a water-soluble substance that the body can excrete if unused, whereas the downside of not taking it can include serious neurological or hematological issues. So this isn't about winning an argument, it's about making sure claims that could harm people are held to an especially high standard. Do we agree on that?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's great.
Okay, love it. Okay, so we're going to address chapter 22 of the book first and foremost. Since up to that point, the book is primarily concentrating on narrative building through undermining the scientific establishment as a whole. Nutrition, medicine, and the very concept of vitamin and its representative, doctors, plant-based doctors, Nobel Prize winners, and every other source of science-based information. All of them come under suspicion through assuming, mind-reading, conspiratorial, dog whistling, and using unscientific and non-expert sources. Many claims made in the book are not backed by the sources of information or citations, and the claim that is made without evidence can be dismissed without counter evidence, of course. We wish the author of the book would follow the scientific citation protocol, but as the book is constructed as it is, most of the claims cannot be addressed, since looking for the sources of the claims, if any of these exist, would take an unreasonable amount of time. Throughout the book, the reader is repeatedly asked questions of validity of scientific claims, and then those questions are treated like a fact to create further distrust in the existence of B12 amongst other supplements, medical treatments, and vaccines. This is not an anti-B12 book, this is an anti-science book. But in chapters 22 and 23, the author states the sources of her claims, so we're going to steelman her claim, talk about the validity of the claims in the context, and address the sources of the claims. Are we all on the same page on this?
Yep.
Okay, I'll open up the stream. Okay, how do we wanna approach this? Do we wanna read the whole thing?
Yes.
Okay.
Read up to and past the citation, and then we can talk about it.
I forgot to open the book of all the things. Sorry. Try to be professional.
You can just read off my screen. I'm gonna follow it and like scroll it down when you need to.
Yeah, but it's so small. It's so small. That's what she said.
I can increase it. Whatever. You make your decisions.
No, I opened it up. Okay, I opened it up. Okay. So just the first paragraph, right?
Did you open the chapters that I sent you with the
22.
citation hyperlinked? Then when you see a hyperlink, just read out until it concludes. The claim is concluded, and then we can talk about it.
I'll read from your thing then. Once again, let's just assume that the entire concept of alphabetized vitamins wasn't something dreamt upon in a drug lab back in 1916 solely for the purpose of marketing supplements. So what exactly constitutes a vitamin anyway? According to the Oxford English Dictionary, are we going to stop here and look at their
No, read
definition?
it out, the
Okay.
conclusion.
A vitamin is defined as any of the group of organic compounds which are essential for normal growth and nutrition and are required in small quantities in the diet because they cannot be synthesized in the body. Note that the definition refers to... Okay.
Hold on.
Yeah.
So, first of all, just to mention that the thing that is on the screen is me putting the book, the chapter itself, into Google Docs and hyperlinking the citations, because there wasn't, as we mentioned, a proper citation protocol. And so there are the numbers that are added in the chapter are the numbers that I added, and the hyperlinks are the hyperlinks that I added from tracing down the sources of the book. Yeah, so now we can kind of address my comment here, because I wrote down that dictionaries define words by how we use them, right? How they're used by the general public. And so using a dictionary definition to include or exclude a substance into the category that is defined is not necessarily helpful, because dictionaries don't go through the criteria of that substance, right? What is included, what is excluded, and wouldn't necessarily, like, my understanding is that also that the B12 supplement is used, the word vitamin B12 is like used kind of colloquially when it comes to the supplementation, right? Which is what is one of the main claims of the book. And I think to include or exclude it from supplementation, we need to go find the criteria of the word supplementation, and we need to go and find the criteria of the word vitamin in the scientific sources, not in a dictionary. But would you like to still man the position, Chip?
Yeah,
Sorry,
I would like, but before we go down that route, can you please increase the font size a little bit? People in the chat are saying we need it bigger, ever so slightly bigger. Maybe just like the zoom, not the text, because then we can see everything.
Oh, okay.
Including it's right next to the text on the left side. Yeah, that's perfect. Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
It's gonna be a little harder for me, but that's okay. Okay. Joe, you have anything to say?
Yeah, if you just look up a few other dictionaries, Merriam-Webster defines it differently, and then it just kind of negates the whole point just reading the Merriam-Webster dictionary definition. So you can cherry pick a definition. And I looked up the Oxford English Dictionary, and it's like behind a paywall. So
yeah, I had to use my access at work in order to get quite a lot of these citations, because in some of the studies you couldn't, you would have to purchase the paper. So I just went for, used my work to find the full papers and downloaded them. And that includes the Oxford English Dictionary that is not given access to the general public, and you have to pay for it.
Yeah, I just want to say that the Merriam-Webster definition says sometimes produced within the body. So if you just use that definition, yeah, it is like not even using this definition.
Yeah,
Because
and by the
some of the
way,
vitamins,
the definition itself was edited. So in the book, it says any group of organic compounds which are essential for normal growth and nutrition and are required in small quantities in the diet because they cannot be synthesized by the body. And the definition is any of a diverse group of organic compounds of which small quantities are needed in the diet because they have distinct biochemical role, often as coenzymes, and cannot be adequately synthesized by the body, so that in most cases deficiency produced characteristic of symptoms or disease. So I don't know what the purpose of editing down the actual definition is, and I did go down the rabbit hole. I thought, because the author was writing the book for 7 years, maybe the definition has changed, as definitions in dictionaries do. But I traced down the definition, the original definition of the word vitamin, and it was exactly the same. It haven't changed ever. So
Yeah, just doing this side chat, the the Merriam-Webster, and they say sometimes produced within the body. And I think the point they're trying to make here is that like it was defined as a vitamin as a conspiracy to sell vitamins because your body can't produce them. But other dictionaries just say it differently. So I don't really understand the point.
yeah, and the main point is like probably we should again just like to reiterate, we probably shouldn't use dictionary definitions for words that are like based in science. We should go and seek out the scientific definitions.
If I could steelman the position, I don't think the intent is necessary to use the definition as a means to proving a point, but rather as a way to start the conversation so that we're surely all on the same page. And I think the claim that it is required by the body is strictly inserted, or that they cannot be synthesized by the body is strictly inserted there for the purpose of emphasizing the status of B12, or the so-called claimed status of B12.
Well, I don't know about that because the author in the earlier chapters does like give this definition without the citation, I think, and she specifically says that this excludes B12 as like a vitamin. So okay, shall we continue?
Yeah, let's continue. Note that the definition refers to abstaining these substances from diet, not from a pill bottle, and that they are organic in structure, as in food produced as naturally as possible. Most would agree that the best and most nutritious source of these so-called vitamins is from fresh fruits and vegetables straight from the garden, as opposed to foods derived from dead, decaying, and diseased animals' tissue or toxic chemicals packaged in a pill jars. That's because a plant contains living enzymes that in turn gift its recipients with life-enhancing benefits. Ori Hofmeckler of the Organic...
Hold on. There is a lot to address here, actually, right? So again, this is made, this claim of organic in structure. I don't know how I should have maybe checked how the Oxford Dictionary, if we're talking about the definition of the Oxford Dictionary, how the Oxford Dictionary actually defines organic. This word has many definitions. Some of them are dictionary, some of them are scientific, and some of them are colloquial, right? Or like even marketing terms. And so I'm not sure that this claim can be made.
Can I steelman the position before you go? So the way I see this steelman, I'm going to try and... So FYI everyone, I'm going to be the steelman in this whole thing. So if I may steelman the position, I think what she's trying to allude is that up to this day, we haven't concretely synthesized every single micronutrient and every single way that we can live on strictly artificial foods. And thus there might be a thing to be said that the best and most nutritious way to get every single micronutrient is from whole foods or natural sources.
Well, I don't know what would be the evidence of that, frankly.
There's no evidence, but it's essentially saying that since we haven't managed to make a food that is 100% artificial, which suffices all our nutritional needs, then that must mean that there isn't enough knowledge on the matter, and thus sticking to the whole foods or natural foods would be better.
Just a quick side thing. Merriam-Webster defines organic. The second definition is being dealt with a branch of chemistry concerned with carbon compounds. So anything with carbon in it, which B12 has carbon, so it would be organic, even if it's synthesized in a lab.
Yeah, the synthetic B12.
My own definitions too.
Yeah. So this is kind of the reason why we shouldn't probably use that kind of thing. Yeah. Go on, Chip.
Yeah. I just want to be clear that when I steelman the position, I'm gonna try to do my best to steelman it. Ori Hofmeckler of the Organic Consumers Association once said, "Natural vitamins found in plant foods are never highly concentrated. There is no single vitamin manufacturer in the world that has yet figured out how to provide us with what nature has been providing us since the genesis of human species, the right balance, complexity, and bioavailability of these nutrients." Essentially what I was saying, right? Do we
Yeah,
want to...
but sure. So you want to try to Stillman before?
I mean, that's exactly
on?
the Stillman that I did before, essentially saying that because we haven't achieved yet through artificial synthesis of everything, then that must mean that some form of artificial synthesis may be flawed.
Yeah. So first of all, I don't know who Ori Hofmeckler is. My understanding is, though, that he's more of a, how do I say it nicely, a person with a lot of claims and attitudes that are not necessarily backed by anything scientific slash. So it's like evidence out, like evidenced by the thin air, I guess. But also I cursory searched Ori Hofmeckler and natural vitamins, and I couldn't find, frankly, anything. Maybe he made the claim by video, but that would take way too much time to search, actually. The entire quote, obviously, I couldn't find it, but it's also kind of clear that the quotation system in this book is not optimal. The quotes are edited, and they're not edited in a way that edited quotes are usually presented, with like a dot, 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 the brackets, and stuff like that.
Yeah, I agree. And maybe a good way to refer to this person would be a cynic. Is that a good way? Not a
I don't know
person.
about that.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I don't know about that. I didn't look into the person, but there are several other online misinformation spreaders that were quoted in this book, or were cited in this book. Another thing I would like to say, just because we are dealing with a person who's distrusting of information in general, just because a citation might have been, like, even let's assume, right, like that the quote is 100% true, right? And that it used to be online and now the citation doesn't exist. So one with slightly less trusting mindset could say, oh, the citations are disappearing from the internet. How peculiar, how comfortable it is, how maybe something is nefarious is happening. It could just be that this was a quote in a blog post, and the blog post just like was deleted for whatever reason, right? That's why blog posts, one of the many reasons why blog posts are not the best citations for information in general. And I'm making that assumption. I'm not even making an assumption. I'm saying there are several hypotheses for why this citation doesn't exist. One of them, that the quotation wasn't particularly stringent. The other one is that blog posts can be deleted. The third one is that blog posts, there's something nefarious is going on, and the blog post was removed by the big pharma or whatever. I'm saying that I'm leaning towards my hypothesis that blog posts just get removed sometimes, because there are several this repeats in this book. This
Can I ask a
blog post
question?
deletion.
Sure. I'm not going to steal, man. I'm just going to ask a question. Why ought we listen to Ori Hofmeckler of the Organic Consumer Association? Why should we care about what this person is saying?
Well, I don't know. Maybe, again, I was trying to be conservative with my time, and I didn't look up who Ori Hofmeckler is, right? So I don't know who this individual is. It could be that this individual has some kind of scientific background and like actual expertise on commenting on these things. The very little that I looked into, my impression is not really.
It
Okay.
appears Ori Hofmeckler is an author who wrote The Warrior Diet, How to Switch on Your Biological Powerhouse for High Energy Explosive Strength. And the Warrior Diet goals include number 1, trigger the warrior instinct. Number 2, burn fat. Gain strength, accelerate metabolism, and boost virility. Appears to be another pro-fasting book.
Yeah.
And
And you can
so-
look up specifically the Organic Consumer Association. I think they do have a site, and that's the thing that I look into, and it didn't look like a fantastic source for like reliable information to me, but maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, this whole thing looks like an appeal to nature tradition type thing. It says you have an instinct to survive and multiply. You have a hunter-predator instinct and a scavenger instinct. And you have to tap into those to optimize your warrior cycle. Sounds like very scientific stuff.
Yeah, I don't know, maybe this is a little bit of a poison in the well. It could be that the person does have some kind of expertise and we're just like not familiar with it, but it's like not clear from the very little that I looked into, like who is Ori Hofmeckler, what is his expertise, what is his background, what makes him like a reliable source for commenting on what happens with B12 or anything else, vitamins, anything else.
Yeah, I think we can move on, right? Like we don't
Right.
need to sticking specifically to each part. Rather than getting all one's nutrients from whole foods, relying on supplements can lead to nutrient deficiencies and or imbalances. Additionally, the ingredients in these vitamins can cause a whole host of serious problems and diseases. Unfortunately, it's been drilled into consumers' heads that it's extremely difficult and complicated to obtain enough of these vitamins from real food, especially nowadays with modern industrial crop farming. It's much simpler and smarter just to take supplements. Do we want to...
Well, no citations were presented, no sources were presented, so I'm just gonna like dismiss this claim.
I think the claim is that if I want to steelman it, I think she's trying to be skeptical on the idea that it's much simpler and smarter to just take supplements. I think she's trying to sow some doubts in this whole point of just take supplements instead of actually eating food. Or in other words, does supplementation fix a bad diet? Right? Something like that.
Yeah, sure, important questions, but I think the underlying claim is like it's actually true in case of B12 vitamin specifically, right? But maybe I'm just like too science-minded, unfortunately.
No,
Yeah,
that's okay.
but-
That's okay. Let's continue. It's assumed that these synthetic pills contain the equivalent of high-quality, nutritious food, but the vitamins and minerals listed on the label, from A to K and iron to zinc, are all cooked up in drug labs from various chemicals. In fact, these supplement vendors are not legally required to disclose the specific ingredients found in these vitamins. You can almost guarantee that the components are synthetic in the vitamin concentrations on the label are high and or their natural sources aren't listed. Only those supplements clearly indicating that every ingredient contained within has been directly sourced from fruits or vegetables such as green berries or carrots would qualify as valid quote-unquote real food. Shall we continue, or do you want to?
I don't know what to say. Like, this is just a claim without a source. Maybe it's true, maybe it's not. Like,
I think
maybe when
I think we have found different, again, still manning it. I think we have found different situations, or all can attest to certain scandals where some of the vitamins that were claimed to be there on the bottle are not actually there in the quantities that they provide, especially in the fitness industry. It's very
Yeah,
guilty
like
of that.
testosterone and stuff like that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
testosterone. Yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe
Yeah,
that's one of the claims made here,
okay.
because they're not legally
there's,
required to disclose the ingredients, right? Go on.
Yeah, the first claim is that they're cooked up in drug labs. There's no evidence for that claim. Vendors are not legally required. No evidence for that claim. You can almost guarantee that the compounds are synthetic. No evidence for that claim. Yeah, and then what is valid real food? Like, what does that mean?
But wait a minute, Joe.
So-
The fact that these supplemented vendors are not legally required to disclose specific ingredients, do we need evidence for that? Don't we know that they're not legally required to disclose these ingredients?
Is there a citation for that?
I don't know. I'm assuming, but since we brought up legality into it, I'm assuming she means the United States of America, because I think the laws are different in every country. But I can attest that in most countries, supplement companies get away with, I don't know, with a lot of stuff. I don't think they get away with not mentioning ingredients. I think they get away with not having those ingredients tested for purity or actual value.
Maybe. I'd like to see a source, I guess, if this book is making a claim like that.
This is this is why we skipped to chapter 22, because many claims are made in this book, thousands potentially, but very little of them actually are backed by any kind of source. And as the person who like created this hyperlinkage thing, and I did go through at least some of the sources, most of it is either unrelated to the claim, trivially true, or blatantly false. And I'm sorry if I'm biasing against the book outright, but Chip, you can just Tillman, I'm here to debunk.
No, yeah, I think you've been doing great, and I think that's what we're trying. I think what we need to keep in mind is that, in general, with these kind of things, there is probably a figment of truth in all of this, but I think that figment of truth does not necessarily entail the conclusion that this book has entailed, and I think that's kind of what we're trying to prove here, right?
Yeah, and moreover, the claim of the book is scientific in nature, and therefore it's only fitting that it should go through the scientific method. And part of the scientific method is falsification. It's looking for the evidence against the claim.
And do you think that the author has not done that, looking for the evidence against the claim?
I'm not going to speculate.
Okay, do you think that does the book provide evidence or talk about the evidence against the claim? I think you're the only person who listened to
Hardly
it, right?
ever.
Hardly ever.
Yeah,
Okay.
hardly ever. Okay,
Okay.
you can continue, I guess,
Yeah.
I think.
But the packaging on these synthetic supplements looks so sterile and official, and the brands seem so trustworthy. Surely there's nothing to worry about, right? The consumer is led to believe that vitamins sold as supplements are safe and non-toxic, and that each pill contains a single pure molecule that has been isolated from food source. But the reality is that these supplements actually contain a myriad of harsh and toxic chemicals. The final product is a completely new substance containing isolated molecules that never existed in actual food, like fruits, vegetables, and legumes, which always function as a whole.
So many things. So some of those things we're going to address in a minute. First of all, I would really like to know what the author means by synthetic here, because it's one of those words that has several definitions.
I think they
depending on
mean
what-
artificial, not natural.
Man-made, probably man-made, I would guess.
Yeah, man-made.
Yeah.
Man-made.
I'd prefer not to guess. That's why this book is so frustrating to me. But the final product is completely new substance containing isolated molecules I'm just like thinking, what would be the problem with that? What would be the problem with consuming an isolated molecule?
We
Like,
don't know
we're supposed
the
to, yeah, we seem to
repercussions.
supposed to derive from this that it's bad somehow, but it's never explained why is this an issue, right?
Maybe it's risky. Maybe it's not necessarily bad, but it's risky because we don't know the repercussions of, taking on isolated molecules. And if you don't mind me saying so, I don't know if I'm steelmanning this or actually just going against her when I'm saying this, but she's saying that one of the claims made in the book, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that we're ingesting a form of cyanide, but in fact it is a cyanide compound. And I believe that what she's essentially admitting to here is that the final product is a compound of certain things and not necessarily like that. Like, I think she's kind of admitting that there is a difference between compounds and isolated ingredients of those compounds, or molecules from those compounds.
I don't know, maybe. I mean, here's the thing, right? Like, I'm not willing to speculate.
Yeah, the first claim in that paragraph, well, the first sentence is a question, and the first claim is that would rely on polling data, like consumer polling data, that people believe that a pill has a single molecule. I would find it hard to believe that most people believe that.
But also, like, just to like reiterate the point, we do have we do have scientific evidence for isolated compounds and what they do in the body. I mean, it's trialed. It's not completely unregulated, right? There's probably should be more regulation in the supplemental industry, but it's not completely unregulated.
And if I could steelman the position again, is there a possibility that they are regulated and they are tested mechanistically, but not, I forgot what the other way is, like where you just test as a whole to see whether these vitamins actually do something, because maybe they interact with other things.
Yeah, that would be called a human health outcome.
And
Yeah,
one
so-
of the things that the author is going to mention and mentioned in the book prior, it has its own chapter, is the obvious thing that a lot of the scientific realities are realities because they were tested on animals primarily, but not really actually, right? Like if you actually look at the scientific method, it's like a mandatory step, but it's not how we reach conclusions about human beings. But I just wanted to mention, obviously, as vegans, we oppose vivisection, we oppose testing on animals, and we can provide scientifically backed reasons to do so as well, right? To dispense with animal testing. But there is no indication that the pills that we are taking to prevent deficiency were tested on animals in any kind of way. So I don't know. Like I would love to see that evidence, but we haven't yet.
So you're claiming that her whole fight with this book is in reality just another vegan fight against the testing on animals, and that if we...
I mean, it's one of the factors. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, no. I think that's where we're going. Well, I don't want to jump ahead.
Yeah. I mean, again, to reiterate, throughout the book, many claims were made. Very little of them were backed by scientific sources. And as a claim is scientific in nature, I would prefer the sources to be scientific to back it up.
Can I ask you, me as an unknowing, so I'm on the other side essentially right now. I'm asking people, asking questions. So are the vitamins tested with human health outcomes, or are they tested mechanistically? How are they tested generally?
I'm not sure. I didn't look into that. I just looked at what is in the book and I cited the book.
Okay.
As far as I know, there's tests with mechanisms, there's tests with human health outcomes, randomized control trials, and then there's going to be, a meta-analyses of randomized control trials with different vitamins and their health effects.
And in order
for questions like that, we can wait for our other guest to join, because he's going to be a lot more well-versed on the empirics on things like that.
Okay, I'm going to write it down now so that we remember to ask this.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah, I just wanted to go over that last sentence in that last paragraph, if you could scroll back up.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's this, I think.
The final
yes, the
product
final
is a
product.
completely.
Yeah, so if we were to even grant that was true, which I'm not sure if it is or not, because there's no source given, but even if we were to grant that is true, is that a bad thing? Is that a good thing? Maybe that's a good thing.
I think it's a
I think
risky
we're
thing.
supposed to conclude that it's a bad thing.
There's vaccines that we have that are completely new substances that we use, like the COVID vaccine, that are good things.
Oh, the author and the book is anti-vaccine.
It's gonna be hard for me to steal that position.
Same.
Anti-vaccine, okay. Yikes.
Maybe
Guess we'll
she's just
continue.
afraid of needles. I don't know. That's the steelman, I guess. Yeah,
How
let's
You don't
about
move
have
on.
a
to steal
vaccine?
everything cheap. Some
Fair
things
enough.
just
Fair
should
enough.
be
Yeah.
left
Yeah,
alone.
some vaccines are given as nasal sprays.
Yeah. Don't be
Maybe they're,
anti-vax, everyone.
doses.
It is also assumed that all ingredients have gone through extensive purification procedures, that rigorous testing for purity has been performed, and that a supplement's effectiveness has been unequivocally and scientifically proven via extensive tests, such as randomized controlled trials, but nothing could be further from the truth. However, there was a large comprehensive randomized controlled study.
What's the evidence for this claim? Nothing could be further from the truth. I mean, now we're moving on to a different claim. No, okay, come on, go on. Sorry.
Yeah, the first claim also would be reliant on like polling data, like people's attitudes towards vitamins are assumed that they go through rigorous. Yeah, you would need. I don't know people's attitudes on that. You would have to get polling data. There's a lot of like assumptions here on what random people think about vitamins and supplements, and you would just have to. There's like a lot of claims so far with what the general public thinks about things.
I think it's safe to say that. Well, obviously we don't have the data behind it, but it is pretty much safe to assume that most people think that vitamins. When they think of vitamins, I think including the author, when they think of vitamins, they do see it as a laboratory thing, right? Like something coming out of a laboratory that was tested and that somehow, I want to say, hacks your health in a form.
Dude, I have no idea what people think anymore. Like,
Yeah.
I'm so skeptical on that because the last election cycle, I don't know what the fuck people think.
Fair enough. That's a very good point. You're right. Okay, let's move on. However, there was a large comprehensive randomized control trial study done on synthetic antioxidant supplements in 2012, with the conclusion being that they had no positive effect on health. In fact, the results actually suggested that certain antioxidants may even significantly increase mortality.
I have the... Stop. So I have the... We're going to read in a second what the author has to say about this, but I have the actual study right here. And B12 is mentioned as part of the stack of the supplements that were taken. But did I not provide citation for it? I guess I didn't. So I wrote down the conclusion of that randomized control study. And by the way, I think it's a meta-analysis of randomized control studies. And the other conclusion is implications for practice. We have found no convincing evidence that antioxidant supplements decrease mortality. That's fine, but that's not what we're expecting from specifically a B12 supplement. Even more, beta-carotene and perhaps vitamin E and vitamin A seem to increase mortality, perhaps, but vitamin B12 is not mentioned. Therefore, we cannot recommend the use of antioxidant supplement as a primary and secondary preventative measure in the population group studied in the present review. So again, I skimmed the thing, so we would seem to have to go through all the RCTs that were mentioned here and see what populations they actually studied. It could be that the populations that they studied are just like sick people, And we know that with sick people it's a bit different than with healthy people, right? But also those are not the outcomes that we expect from B12, and B12 is not mentioned in the conclusion, so this study doesn't support any claim regarding a B12 supplement.
And that's one of the comments that we got by Neil Smith in the chat. I agree, but this just seems to be a criticism of supplementation in general, not of B12 itself yet. Is that what we should expect out of this book, of clumping more cynicism towards vitamin and the vitamin companies directed at making a point that B12 doesn't exist?
Perhaps, and perhaps some of it is supported, right? Like maybe we should be a little more skeptical of supplementation, right? And not make blanket statements, look at dose responses, look at what happens in the non-healthy population, right? So it's case-on-case basis type of situation. And at least 2 citations here are true and correct. They just don't apply to the healthy population, not as much. And but maybe those specific populations should be decreasing the dose of B12. We'll get there though.
Okay. The Cochrane collaboration study utilized 78 randomized control trials, the gold standard of clinical research, all conducted with control groups, guaranteeing high reliability and accuracy of the results. With a total of 29,707 participants, it is one of the most thorough and extensive analyses done on supplementation. The author stated that we found on evidence to support antioxidant supplements for primary or secondary prevention. They also have made this recommendation: antioxidant supplements need to be considered as medicinal products and should undergo sufficient evaluation before marketing.
So one more thing to say here. So the author doesn't say what primary and secondary prevention means here. I think it means like prevention of disease that those antioxidants might be popular for. Right, so like maybe prevention of cancer, maybe prevention of cardiovascular disease, things like that. Again, one of those things that somebody should read the entire 10,000 pages, 250 pages of this study and look at every citation. Can't be me, especially since I only had a week and a half to go through 2 chapters and 40 citations. So I had to skim it, frankly.
Yeah, postmortem, just a quick skim I'm doing on that study. It looks like that cherry-picked quote is from looking at esophageal, gastric, small intestinal, colorectal, pancreatic, liver, and biliary tract cancer. Those were the assessed diseases. So it's different cancers.
So it's like it's evidence against the wellness industry more than the scientific big pharma industries, right? So the wellness industry will sometimes sell you powerful antioxidants and make claims, strong claims about those antioxidants. I mean, I have a vitamin E behind me, right? That I take once in a while because it's a powerful antioxidant. Whatever claims it makes, it's like it doesn't make the claim that it's gonna prevent or cure colorectal cancer. That's fucking for sure. Sorry for swearing.
But can we? That's fine. We can say fuck, or whatever other swear.
Oh, fuck, shit.
Let's just not use what we call those derogatory terms. The ones where we don't.
Yeah, like for instance, there's an antioxidant called NAC that you can buy a supplement for, and there are randomized trials showing its effectiveness for
anti-aging
things, such as depression, and it looks like you got the NAC. That's the same bottle I have. Yeah, my psychiatrist actually recommended for me, and guess what? She gave me the white sheet with all the RCT data to show that it helps with mood, depression, all these different mental health things, focus. It helps with OCD, and it's an antioxidant.
Yeah, so the point is some of those things are going to be science-backed. Some of those things are going to be just like ridiculous claims from the wellness industry. None of this interacts with the supplementation of B12 for preventing deficiency on a plant-based diet, or frankly, for any other reasons that deficiency could occur, like lack of absorption, taking certain drugs that reduce absorption, or like eliminate absorption or whatever. So this is like this citation, this claim around it is just like unrelated to the point that the author is trying to make. But
we can.
could derive some conclusions from it, right? Like if a wellness influencer is making a claim about something, they better provide citations, and those citations better be really good, like human health outcomes and stuff like that.
Yeah, we can all agree
yeah,
that the wellness industry does make claims that are not backed by anything, right? Like we all know that. And I do agree that there needs to be more, how should I put this, regulation behind wellness and supplement industry.
Yeah.
And to be fair, your vitamin E bottle probably doesn't say that use this vitamin E for primary or secondary prevention of colorectal cancer. I'm sure it doesn't say that, right? This will help prevent colorectal cancer. It doesn't make specific claims that,
No,
the is.
it just makes the claim that it's it's an antioxidant and maintaining cellular health by neutralizing free radicals. So it makes like a mechanism claim, which I know to disregard anyways, but yeah, antioxidants are like, depending on the dose, depending on your specific situation, depending on how much you take it, are like, I take it for my aging once in a while.
And another thing is an unnatural synthetic food that we consume that is a good source of vitamin E is oil, vegetable oil, olive oil. And that's a synthetic food as well, because it is, as the dictionary says, a compound derived through a chemical or mechanical process by human agency, as opposed to those of natural origin. So, yeah, oil would be a good source of vitamin E, an antioxidant from a synthetic source.
Yeah. It's a process, right? They're all processed with at the end of the day.
But I just realized that maybe like my line of supplements right there maybe indicates that I'm a supplement shill, just to make sure that everybody knows I'm not paid by big pharma in any kind of way.
They're paid by small pharma.
Well, I
Hey.
do work in a research lab, but I'm not a researcher myself. I'm just a study coordinator, and the research lab works on diagnosis rather than treatment.
Well, when
That's
you get
it.
that big pharma money, let me know if you got it, because I'd like some of that.
Really need some.
Okay, let's continue. One of the brand of vitamin B12 that's pharmacist recommended claims that the supplements contained within the jar help support a healthy brain, mood, health, energy, metabolism, nervous system function, proper red blood cell formation, and helps convert food into cellular energy. Right below that claim is this disclaimer. These statements have not been evaluated by. These statements have not been evaluated by Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended
to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent disease, any disease.
Yeah,
I'm
okay.
sorry.
Yeah, it's
I didn't know
difficult for
you were
me to
reading
read.
from my. Yeah,
Sorry.
Yeah. So that's why I wish Dom was here already, so that he could address why this thing exists, what regulation actually happens. So maybe we can come back to citation number 4 in chapter 22. Joe, it's possible for you. I'll just write it down in the chat.
I'm also writing it down now.
Sorry. Chapter 22, citation 4, right? We all know this citation exists, so it's just a matter of knowing a bit of a background on it, because here there is not even like made the claim. It's just like, again, a factoid was given to us, and then we're supposed to like conclude something from it. And I'm not sure what we can conclude from it.
I think it's just I'm not steel manning it at this time. I think it's just to sow more distrust in the product?
I mean, I don't know. Again, I'm not gonna read the mind of the author. I just would have preferred if it was a little bit more spelled out what we're supposed to get from this citation.
Well, it does say one has to wonder just how all of these claims of wondrous results were determined.
Oh, so this is the for this claim. This
Yeah,
addresses
exactly.
this claim and not the
Yeah.
disclaimer. So I'm left wanting, frankly. And this claim, of course, had no citation, so it's not something that you can go and find this specific supplement based on this, right? It's not usually something that is written down online. So
I think what she's trying to mention is that the reason why she adds this disclaimer afterwards, and correct me if I'm wrong, is to sort of say that none of those are valid or validated, hence this claim of that they have not been evaluated by the FDA.
maybe I would, but I would have wanted to know what the disclaimer is, or what the specific supplement is. You know, I'm just like, again, I'm supposed to conclude something from this, but it's like not spelled out for me, not cited. You know, maybe the background.
Yeah, so
Yeah, go on, Joe.
a quick interesting thing is there are FDA approved B12 that you can get prescribed to you from a pharmacy. And they are FDA approved, and they do help with deficiency of B12.
Yeah.
They sell it in pill form or injection form. And yeah, those are FDA approved. So there might be forms of B12 that are not FDA approved because they haven't had the time or resources to approve every bottle of vitamins and minerals on the store shelf. And then there are some that are approved that you can get at a pharmacy.
Yeah, there's something just like needs to be some diligence done. And by the way, the disclaimer doesn't make the claim that the claims on the bottle are not true, right? It just says that it's not vetted by FDA. So it could be that like some research that backs that claim exists. It's just not haven't been vetted by the FDA.
Yes. Yeah. So that's interesting to know, by the way, Joe, that some of them are vetted by the FDA. Furthermore, there are no experiments or publications proving that vitamins exist in nature at all, nor is there any evidence that vitamins have ever been directly observed in food. There is not a single study that documents the clean isolation and biochemical characterization of a vitamin molecule. Sorry, it's funny. To establish it as pure, isolated standard for comparison. Should I continue or?
I'm not sure. I'm just like something strange to point out. I'm not sure why nature, the word nature, is capitalized throughout the book. I would have just like personally would like to have known why that exists, but
I think it's a glorification of nature, right?
I don't know. Again, I just don't want to speculate. I don't want to guess.
I guess I'm that person, so I'll speculate from time to time, and I'll either steal man or speculate. It is a possibility that there is an appeal to nature happening here, right?
As for, there is not a single study that documents the clean isolation of biochemical characterization of a vitamin molecule. It's just like a bit of a word salad. I feel like some of those need to be disambiguated, but I'm not sure.
So what she's saying there is that there is no single study that describes the procedure through which we extract a vitamin molecule, and in the same study we establish it as pure, and
what does pure mean? Why do we
and
need a pure supplement? Like all of those questions are asked. I guess I know why the claim would be why we need like a pure supplement, because in a second there's going to be a claim that supplement actually comes from sewage sludge, and we're going to address that. Not in a second, actually, it's in chapter 23, but if we
Yeah.
get there.
Yeah, so the reason why I think she's mentioning all this is because if it's very difficult for me to describe it, but do you know what unit testing is in programming?
Not really.
So unit testing essentially tests every unit of a code. It tests that one part, that one part, and that one part. And there's this error that can happen, right? When you test all the parts of a code, it doesn't mean that all the code together works, right? So essentially what she's trying to say is that there isn't a single study here that has all of the stuff that we want in them, like the isolation procedure, the biochemical role that the vitamin plays in the body, and yeah, wait, what else was she saying? Wait, I have the book here also.
Joe White, oh, there you go, that works. So Joe found an FDA-approved
Yeah,
vitamin
if you
trigger.
just Control F cyan, it'll take you to cyanocobalamin.
There
Yep,
you
these
go.
are all the FDA approved. Cyanocobalamin, also hydroxocobalamin is FDA approved. There's 3 of those. And
Is
I
that
also
metal?
linked I linked a nasal spray one example in the side chat from Lupin. So this
I can't find it.
as far as you'd have to go to the M. You're in C's.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, that's fine.
And
Oh, anyways,
hydroxycobalamin is also so just to show that there are FDA approved vitamin B12. Apparently it doesn't exist, but the Food and Drug Administration, who they're citing to help sow doubt, says it's real, and they have approved versions of it. So
yeah, but again, like to the claim, I'm not sure why something should be pure, but let's just move on.
I think we need to move on because we're a long way out, right?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. Could it possibly be that the entire concept of vitamins is purely human invention? The substances found in synthetic supplements are produced through chemical processes that involve the extraction, isolation, and synthesis of specific compounds. These are completely new elements and are the result of complex, multi-stage manufacturing processes. Vitamins cannot be isolated from their complexes and still perform their specific life functions within the cells. As these are created...
What's the evidence for this claim? That's a bold claim.
Yeah, I can't even steel man that one. That is a very bold claim. As
Vitamins
these are
cannot be isolated from their complexes and still perform their specific life functions within the cells. Yeah, I would need evidence for that. That's quite even a mechanistic evidence. If it was like in vivo or in vitro or something, I'd like to see that. I don't think that's been performed.
I think if I steel man it, I try to say it is what I was saying before, and that is that essentially because we have not created the perfect artificial food, that must mean that every vitamin in isolation must require more than itself. Something like that. But let's move on, because I think we're going to be discussing this anyway. As these are created artificially in an industrial or laboratory setting, there can only be a suboptimal attempt to mimic the nutrients that a body naturally absorbs, as they lack the full range of enzymes and trace minerals found in real food. Synthetic vitamins are unnatural substances that are detected as foreign invaders, alien to the body. Oh God. They are not single pure molecules derived from actual food, but matter that is lifeless, inert, and deader than a doornail. When formulated into artificial commercial forms created in a lab, these materials act just as a drug would in the system. Eventually, as more of these compounds accumulate, they will become toxic.
More empirical claims without evidence, okay?
Absolutely zero evidence in this case.
It is claimed that those synthetic vitamin supplements considered water-soluble, like B and C, don't store up in the body and are easily excreted in the urine, whilst only those that are deemed fat-soluble, such as E, A, E, and K, can become lodged in the body's fat cells. However, this is not the case. All synthetic supplements end up in the toxin filtering organs of the liver and kidneys, just as any drug would. What doesn't store up in the body are the nutrients from real food like raw fruit and vegetables, leafy greens and legumes, as these need to be replenished on a regular basis via consumption. I think.
So wait, is the claim there that when you eat a grape, nothing goes into the liver?
I think nothing gets stored in the liver. I think that's what the claim, that the toxins.
So when you eat a grape, nothing goes into the liver, but when you take a vitamin C pill, a vitamin that grapes have, they go through the liver.
I think that's her claim. Yeah, they not that they all go through the liver, but one stores toxins in the liver, the other doesn't.
What doesn't store up in the body are the nutrients from real food. What doesn't store up?
Yeah, so her claim.
So is the claim also that if you eat fat soluble vitamins like in almonds, they don't store up in the body?
No, so see, all synthetic supplements end up in the toxin filtering organs of the liver and kidneys, just as any drug would. So I think what she meant to say wasn't
it says
that
what doesn't store up in the body are the nutrients from real. So if you have a fat soluble vitamin like vitamin E found in almonds, and it's packaged with fat like in an almond, it doesn't store up in the body. The vitamin E in almonds does not store up in the body because it's not a real food.
Exactly.
And what would be the fucking evidence for that, frankly?
If you take a vitamin E pill, or I guess oil, because that's synthesized as well, it does store up in the body. But if you eat an almond, it doesn't store up in the body.
It's the whole, detox bullshit that a lot of people say. It's the whole toxicity, claiming that if something is artificial, then your liver and kidneys would store up some of it. Or that's the claim that's being made there. Because it's artificial, they would store up. If it were natural, it would be good.
If I can try to steal men this time, I know said I'm going to be the debunker, but if I can try to steal men, maybe the claim is actually dose response. I don't believe it is, as doses are like absolutely ignored in the rest of the chapter, but maybe the claim is that those vitamins are found in much smaller quantities in food than in the supplement, and therefore maybe less or no. No, I can't do it. I'm sorry.
Maybe that's true. That's a good one. Let me continue with Steelman. Maybe her position is saying that in vitamins you get such a high dose of the vitamin that part of it will be stored as a toxin within your body.
I don't know. It's just such exacting language. It says all in caps, all caps, end up in the toxin filtering organs. And then what doesn't store up are the nutrients found in real food, in italics. So it's such an exacting statement that it doesn't store up. So vitamin E does not store in your body if you eat it from an almond.
Can you quickly, before we move on, for the people that don't know, can you please summarize how these vitamins, why there are fat-soluble vitamins, or not why, but what's the difference between a fat-soluble vitamin, a water-soluble vitamin, and what the actual reaction is within the body? Like what happens within the body when you take a water-soluble vitamin, and what happens when you take a fat-soluble vitamin?
Who, me? No way.
No? You don't want to do that?
No, I'm not a scientist. I'm not a nutrition person. I'm not any of that. I just looked at the claims and the citations.
Fair enough.
I'm not prepared. Maybe write it down for not enough tea to address. Okay.
How do?
Yeah, I mean, we could read off Google, but I'm not an expert on that either.
I'm not an expert per se, but I know the difference between them, and but it's better if we have the expert.
You make the claim. You do have like
nutritionist,
certified nutritionist. So
I just know that the body excretes no matter. Well, there are certain doses that can become toxic, like with everything, even water. But if you're going to be taking a normal dose of water-soluble vitamins, you are just going to excrete them through the urine. I don't know the mechanistic procedure behind that. I don't have that in-depth knowledge. And I do know that the fat-soluble ones are indeed the same way, but they do depend on how many fat cells the person have. Fat, as I don't know if a lot of you know, but fat aren't cells, they're an organ. We can think of them more of an organ. So it's not like everybody has the same amount. Everybody has it differently. So if you're going to take more than what the fat soluble can store, which would be really bad, I think, you will still excrete those, if I'm not mistaken. So they're not posing a potentially high danger, but storing a lot of them could pose a danger later for, like in the duration, if you're consistently storing more and more. But if you just take it once, store a little bit, it's not going to be an issue. Your body's pretty intelligent.
Okay.
Okay. Many supplements are also crystalline. Crystals in our bloodstream cause damage and unwanted buildup of minerals where they aren't needed, like our joints. Basically, they are sediments of byproduct of food that's been analyzed and broken down, then blended in a laboratory test tubes from a hodgepodge of harsh and toxic chemicals. Various forms of salt listed on the product labels are synthetic, added to increase the stability of the contents. Some of these include acetate, bitrate, chloride, gluconate, hydroxychloride, nitrate, and succinate. Supplements also contain residual traces of solvents, chemical compounds, and lab-grown mutations like genetically modified bacteria, chemically manipulated sugar, inorganic minerals, chloroform, hexane, petroleum and petrochemicals, coal, tar, and last but not least, glyphosate. Patented as an antibiotic and the main active ingredient of the Monsanto Bayer's toxic herbicide, the notorious Roundup. And there's the cyanide, and then there's cyanide. In fact, the word cyanocobalamin is a portmanteau that literally means cyanide cobalt vitamin. According to the page 181 of the 1977 review of the Physiological Chemistry, Lange Medical Publications, New York, one method used to create vitamin B12 is inoculating the medium of fermented corn liquors and liver homogenates with bacteria, heating it in a weak acid, adding a cyanide ion, and then exposing it to radioactive light. Both cyanide...
Okay. Hold on.
Yeah.
So this citation, I actually had to work really, really hard to find it, and I ended up finding it. The reason, again, just want to address, it's probably not disappeared from the internet by the big pharma, whatever. It's probably just like hard to find an old textbook in a PDF form online. In fact, I even went to the medical library at work, and the only thing that you could do is buy it for $13 as like this weird textbook edition, like historical relic, right? But I did find it, ended up finding, there you go, Physiological Chemistry, Review of Physiological Chemistry. It's the 16th edition. Down there it says Lange Medical Publications. So just to show you that it's the same book. Maybe it's like a book that was republished or something like that. But if you go to the actual page 181, it's not talking about B12 because it's a section on choline, right? I thought maybe the PDF is the reason, so I went to 181 on the PDF because it's not the same as the actual original book numbering. But this section is on folic acid, right? So, but those mistakes can happen. This is not like something that I'm saying. I'm just like providing you with the understanding of how I went through this process and that it wasn't easy. And then you can find on page 174 the vitamin B12 section of this book. So the quote was, it's not a quote actually, it's the claim that one method used to create vitamin B12 is inoculating. So the word inoculating here is peculiar and is not found in the book. Inoculating means basically vaccinating, so like protecting it against something, right? I think the author meant to say
Inject or
something
something?
else. I'm not sure. So the medium fermented corn liquors. So the word corn is not mentioned anywhere here specifically. Corn, like liquor, ferment liquor, is used to as like a substrate for B12, but it's not mentioned here in 1977. I don't think they were using it, but at least in this book, they're not describing it. What the word that is used here that I think was considered as corn by mistake is coring ring. Coring ring is what describes this part, I think, of the B12 molecule, right? That's like just part of the molecule itself that is important. But this does say the vitamin can be obtained as a product of fermentation by Streptomyces griseus, which is, I'm guessing, is a bacteria, right? I didn't look it up, but
Yeah, it's the bacteria that's used mostly for the production of B12, yes.
yeah. So its concentration either in the liver or in the fermentation liquor. So the word liquor appears here. So I think the claim was cobbled from several places in this book, and some of it doesn't even exist in the book, is only about 1 part per million. And then later, just to find more of the pieces of the claim, I think this part kind of describes the cyanide group, right? But this part is not talking about the production of the vitamin B12. What it is talking about is how this molecule or how this vitamin, how this compound acts in the body, right? So they're describing a mechanism in the body. That's my understanding of it, at least, right?
Yeah, I read it also. That's true. That's what it is.
Yeah. And somewhere here is mentioned that the B12 is I don't remember where it was exactly. I should did I screenshot the thing?
What are you looking for? Maybe I remember.
Something about the light. So radioactive. The word radioactive doesn't appear here, but the B12 compound is sensitive to light, so it does.
It
say
is
that
there.
somewhere.
It is there. It's somewhere on the left
There you
side
go.
at the beginning. Yeah. Oh, he found it. Yeah.
So
on the left side.
the methods originally used to extract the vitamin included heating in weak acid, addition of cyanide ion, right? So we do see this as a means of production here, and exposure to light. So radioactive light doesn't appear here. And also the important word here is that it was originally created like this. So from this, I think, indicates that even in 1977, this method of production was not used anymore.
So wait, before we go down, I want us to compare what she's saying. So I'm opening up the document of what her claim is, and can you yet again, for everybody to be clear, can you yet again read on how it's made? And I'll first read what she's saying and read what it said in the book. So she's saying that one method used to create vitamin B12 is inoculating the medium of fermented corn liquors and liver homogenates with bacteria, heating it in a weak acid, adding a cyanide ion, and then exposing it to radioactive light. So can you explain what the process is said there, or what exactly is mentioned about all of this, just to be clear, because we've gone through a lot of stuff before.
Yeah, well, it's because the claim is cobbled together from
Yeah,
several places,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
The methods originally used to extract the vitamin included heating in weak acid, addition of cyanide ion, and exposure to light. Here it doesn't say which thing was going through that process, but at the beginning it does say that you could extract its concentration either in the liver or in the fermentation liquor, right? Is only about 1 part per million, right? And then
So she's
corn, again, I
so
think just
so what she's saying, so what she got wrong is the inoculation in fermented corn liquors and liver homogenates with bacteria, because she does say heating it in a weak acid, adding a cyanide ion, and then exposing it to, I don't know why she mentioned radioactive light, but to light. Yeah.
Because sunlight is radiation, and radioactive sounds like a scary word.
Yeah, maybe that's the case. Okay. So
yeah.
so she just picked and chose parts of it to form a narrative. That's kind of what's happening here, right?
And then use the word inoculate, which you mentioned is really peculiar because that means immunize or
Yeah, something like
prevent
that.
from
Yeah.
getting a disease. Yeah, and inoculate corn liquor.
No, I think it's
The medium of
inoculated.
fermented corn liquor. Yeah.
I think her claim is that vitamin B12 is inoculated, as in any form of harmful stuff is eliminated by subjecting it in, by putting it in fermented corn liquors and liver homogenates with bacteria, and then heating it with a weak acid and dot dot dot.
It's really weird to find an almost 50-year-old book that's out of publication to find one of the obsolete methods of synthesizing B12 and then misquoting that. It's just really weird.
Yeah, I'm just like wanted to go through the process of how hard it was to research this specific citation, because this book is very old. It's hard to read. Like if you look at this part of which I think was mistaken as corn, it's all melted together. And frankly, I'm not sure why we are going to such a citation anyways, because I'm sure we do have papers from this century that describe various methods. In fact, she's going to cite some of them, right? So the various methods of B12 as isolation from certain compounds and stuff, right? So
I think
I'm
it's
not
her
sure.
understanding
Yeah,
of
it's,
it. If I'm not mistaken, what she did is she kind of read some of this and then she maybe asked ChatGPT. Like I don't know. By the way, this is a speculation on my side that she probably asked ChatGPT about it. She didn't understand some of the things, and we all know how early versions of ChatGPT, maybe nowadays they're also like that, but the early ones were especially confirming of your beliefs. So maybe they.
I don't know about that. She's been writing this book for 7 years, and ChatGPT has been like used as like a source of any kind of thing only for 2 or 3 years. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure that ChatGPT was used here. I don't know.
I
It was
also don't
used
know.
for the cover of the book, but that's about it. Maybe.
Yeah, I just
I
want to
don't
make
know.
an analogy. I'm an engineer and like I work with like traffic safety and stuff. I'm just trying to think of an analogy. Yeah, let's say I'm like trying to debunk seatbelts working. And I quote a textbook from 1977 on crash testing of seatbelts. And then it said like one of the methods that was originally used for seatbelt testing in 1922 was using a wooden dummy. And then I put that in my book that, can you believe this? They use wooden dummies to test seatbelts. See, that's why seatbelts are no good. You'd be
Yeah.
like, who the fuck cares?
Yeah, that's not what they use now for crash dummies. It's
Nope.
like fucking
and,
NASA science these days,
and I
isn't
don't
it?
use a book from 50 years ago to like then look at a thing from that was originally used. Yeah, it's just like, what's the point here?
Okay, you can continue, I guess, Chip.
Yeah, and just to add to everything, everyone that we forgot to mention at the beginning, we have invited the author of the book to the stream, but she hasn't joined. She refused to do it. So, just to be clear, we did want her to defend her claims, like in person. Yeah, let's move on. Both cyanide and sodium cyanide are used nowadays in the manufacturing process along with sulfuric acid, which is considered hazardous and corrosive. Now, one of the
No
problems...
citation for this part.
What's the acid that we have in our stomach?
No.
Is it not sulfuric acid? I thought it's sulfuric acid.
I don't know. Joe is the
Just-
Googling one.
Oh, just before we move on, I know that cyanide is a natural compound that, it shows up in food that we eat. So I just put in the side chat some
Oh, it's
common
hydrochloric.
foods and cyanide contents. And lima beans and almonds are high in cyanide. If you look at that chart, quote unquote high, as we know, the dosage makes the poison with certain compounds. So even if it is the case that cyanide is used, which no source was given, the dosage makes the poison. And even if it is the case that cyanide appears in these spooky synthetic vitamins, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're toxic or poisonous.
Of course not, because it doesn't always. Yeah, it's not as simple as that. Okay. Oh, sorry.
Pip, I think there's a comment that you might want to address in the chat.
Wait, somebody hit it. I want to see it.
Yeah.
Chip, you think B12 is real? You think plant life isn't sentient? And you're vegan? Are you gay? Oh, my bag. That explains everything. Yeah, got fooled again. So, are you asking me if I think B12 is real? Yes. Do you think plant life isn't sentient? Yes, it's not sentient. We don't have evidence against, proving that it would be sentient. And you're vegan. I guess you meant, am I vegan? Yes, I am vegan because I reject animal exploitation. Are you gay? No, I am not gay, but even if I were, that would be cool. Calling me gay is calling me cool on this channel. Oh, my bag. I don't know what kind of bag you have, but I hope it's one that doesn't exploit animals. That explaining everything, you got fooled again. I don't know what you think I got fooled. Yeah, I don't know what you think, but somebody being gay does not automatically mean that they're not right. If a gay person says that the sky is blue, it does not mean that the sky is not blue. Somebody's
I also
people.
bags.
Sorry?
I hope he has a. Yeah, I was just saying. I also like bags. I hope he has a cool bag.
Yeah, I don't know what that was.
Let's continue.
Yeah, I already read that. Yeah. Now, one of the problems with adding cyanide is the potassium in the body can react with even a small amount of it found in the supplements, causing it to form potassium cyanide, a poisonous compound used as a fumigant. And when you look at Thermo Fisher Scientific Material Safety Data sheet of cyanocobalamin, you'll see that it advises against its use in any food, drug, pesticide, or biocidal product. In the classification listing under the hazardous identification section, it states, this chemical is considered hazardous by the 2012 OSHA Hazard Communication Standard. Oh, I'm not going to read all that. It described as category 1B carcinogenity with it warning that it may cause cancer. It also lists the signal word as danger. Do we want to address this?
Oh, Chip, this one is actually up on you because you found this paper, right? And you know a bit more, I think, about data safety sheets.
So obviously I'm not an expert in all of this, so I'll try to do my best to explain to everyone what this actually is. So every chemical compound like B12 or everything used has different uses. Some of them are used for humans, some of them are used for animals, and some of them are used for laboratory testing. And obviously all of them have different purity levels, different safety levels, and all this kind of stuff, right? The ones that she found, the ones that she described were the ones that were meant for laboratory testing, and those are not meant for ingestion. They do have a warning that ingesting them could be potentially poisonous and all that stuff. So it's just her extracting, taking this sheet that you see right now. There's literally thousands of them, depending on who produce the vitamin. I don't think there's thousands of them for the B12 vitamin itself, but for every vitamin or compound or anything used in a lab or used in the production of vitamins and such, there is such a sheet of safety. And she just picked one of them and said, I looked at this one, it was of cobalamin. It must not be safe because it was for laboratory purposes, as I have found several of them being in that position. But if you look further, you can find some of them that are not meant for laboratory use, but for nutritional use, and those are deemed as safe. So, yeah.
Yeah, as well as this is a safety data sheet for handling very large amounts of this compound, right? So something to mention that Joe mentioned before as well, it's the dose that makes the poison. Too much water can kill you. Too little water can kill you. Too little, like cyanide, will not interact with your body in any kind of way. Too much cyanide will kill you. And so, deriving the safety of of even the same compound, right? Even assuming that this compound exactly goes into your pill, deriving any kind of information on the safety of that pill from safety data sheet is a little weird, because we're talking about incredibly high doses. We're talking about the possible inhalation of this. What
Yeah.
else?
Yeah. So as you see, as it's pointed out, you do see the recommended use, and it does say laboratory chemicals, as you see on this data sheet. And it does say that the food, drug, pesticide, or biocidal product use. It is true that certain vitamins, like vitamin C, will not have advisory against food and drug. But I believe that the procedure through which you extract the vitamin matters. So take, for instance, if vitamin C extraction is done and not all vitamins are the same, by the way, right? Like some vitamins are acids, some vitamins are bases. They're not all the same chemical compounds. We all just call them vitamins because they serve a certain purpose in our body, but they're not, chemically speaking, they can be different, vastly different, right? So,
So post-mortem, if you could just open the link on the side chat, I found the lupin cyanocobalamin nasal spray, MSDS, and it says suggested use.
Oh,
Oh,
Forbidden.
well, here, I'll just put a
conspiracy.
screenshot. Conspiracy.
conspiracy.
I don't know
What
if
I was
can
saying,
open the screenshots that easily as well. I don't.
I can open the
I just put
screenshot.
Yeah, please
Yeah,
open.
put a screenshot.
Yeah, so in this one, you
Similar
can
thing,
clearly see. Yeah, go on. You explain.
MSDS, it says recommended use nasal spray. So literally it says recommended use. Shove it up your nose. Use is advised against, not available. So yeah, this one is graded for use for a pharmacy prescription, and the one she cherry picked was graded for laboratory chemicals, not for food and drug.
Yeah, I think, and the reason why some of them, some of the vitamins, I was trying to say why some of the vitamins are have potential to be harmful is because of the extraction process, and in the extraction process there might be some reminiscent chemicals, and it's not that they necessarily will be harmful to you. It's just when it comes to OSHA, I don't know if anybody has ever dealt with OSHA. I actually worked in my previous company and have made software for OSHA companies, and when it comes to OSHA, they have a really high standard of safety, because that's essentially their whole role. Because of that, they will, unless it's been purity tested, they will classify every one of these as potentially hazardous.
And by the way, this says this product is not considered hazardous by the US OSHA Hazard Communication Standards 2024.
Yeah, I'm assuming that she found one that was, right? Like, if I steel man her position, she probably, because as I said, I found...
This is the one.
This is the
what
one.
she cited. So Thermo Fisher Scientific Safety Data Sheet, right? What
That's
does
what she
it say?
cited.
But the
classification list you can't, yeah.
The problem is that under this particular Thermo Fisher Scientific Material Safety Data Sheet, there are more than just one. As you see, the category number, the CAS number is 68199, not here on the sheet. On the sheet, it says the number. So that's how you identify the CAS number, right? And the category number, like all of the, yeah. This identifies the particular, I don't know if it's the particular compound.
Here, let's
or
just look
the,
at that 29 CFR 1910 1200. Is that match up?
I think that's just a citation of the OSHA hazard communication standard. I'm not sure if it matches up. I haven't checked that.
It's just saying in the book it says this chemical is considered hazardous, and in the MSDS it says it's not considered hazardous. Oh, here's why. It's because
there it is. It's the same number. Look, it's the same number, isn't it?
So
that's
this
the
was just a lie.
classification. Yeah, that's the classification
wait,
standard.
wait,
Yeah.
Wait. Is this one just a lie then? It says this product is considered hazardous, and then in the MSDS it says it's not considered hazardous.
No. So as I was saying, like some of the so there's several data sheets coming from several laboratories or several entities that produce these compounds, and some of them have been tested and they are safe, and some of them have been tested and they're not safe. It doesn't mean that the compound itself is safe. It's just that the one produced by this particular entity may not be safe. So it is possible. It is possible that she found a data sheet of a vitamin B12 which was unsafe.
I see what's going on here. That one says 2012 OSHA, and then the MSDS you found is 2024 OSHA.
Oh.
That's the difference. See, OSHA Hazard Communication Standard 2024.
But it's not even what Chip is saying. It could be that this is a completely different compound.
Yeah. The one she's citing is from 2012.
Yeah, because you see
the you found is from 2024.
Yeah, because you see the supplier details. You see the supplier details? It says Acros Organics 1 Regent Lane. Yeah, right there. So every supplier may provide differently, right? Like could be a supplier who provides. That's just the thing. But
and just the OSHA standard that the author cited is from 2012. This one's from 2024, which it looks like that this cyanocobalamin, this product name and whatever classification, even if it is the same data sheet, this one's more updated. It's 2024 and is not considered.
No, Joe, you're not understanding. This could be like a different compound from a different company. We just don't have the information on the specific
They just
compound
both happen to be from Fisher Psi.
Yeah, no. So Fisher is the standard for the Fisher. This is the Thermo Fisher Scientific is just the entity that evaluates the safety of compounds. And they evaluate the safety of compounds coming from all different sources. And she cherry-picked, I don't know if she intentionally did it, but she definitely cherry-picked one particular compound that was deemed unsafe. But if you look further, like if you search for Thermo Fisher Scientific and you search for vitamin B12, you will find a lot of compounds that are deemed from laboratory chemicals that are unsafe, and a lot that are not deemed for laboratory chemicals, but for food and drug that are deemed as safe. So it's just cherry picking. That's all it is.
Yeah, and also again, dose response. God damn it, and the way you take it in, right? Like, so it could be that somebody, the technician who handles this specific drug, should be like careful when carrying a large amount of this thing, so that they don't inhale it, or I don't know, somehow accidentally Darwin Award ingest it, large amounts of it, and stuff like that. Okay, we can move on, I think.
Yeah, it's kind of like another example would be like phosphoric acid. There's a food, safe phosphoric acid, and if you just like stick your hand in pure phosphoric acid, it's probably not good for you. But in small quantities, it's fine.
Of course, the consumer is constantly reassured that not only is the cyanide in B12 supplement completely harmless, but voicing your concern about its safety puts you in the category of paranoid tinfoil hatter. On the McGill Office for Science and Society website, with its catchy slogan separating sense from nonsense, Joe Schwartz calls such silly worrywarts pseudo-experts. In the article under the Health and Nutrition Pseudoscience category entitled, "Oh my, there is a cyanide in my B12 supplements, really?" he writes, "Yes, there actually is cyanide in B12 supplements, but the scare about it is total nonsense. The amount of cyanide in B12 supplements isn't the cause for concern. The real concern is misleading pseudo-experts."
Okay, so I did track down the citation. The quote is, don't even remember if I bothered, because this is just like we're supposed to disregard this quote for some reason, but also this is just I don't know. This is weird, right? She like puts in the book the thing that is. It's not weird, actually. I know what's happening. I think, right? This is like inoculation against the criticizing of this book, right? She puts the critique into the book in order for the person who reads this book and they accept the claims to hand wave this claim later because it was seemingly addressed. But I don't see how like this addresses it
It's
or
it's
debunks it, right?
it's what do you call it? It's a precursor to anchoring bias, essentially, right? Because she's anchoring the user. Some people may tell you that it's total nonsense, right? Like that's what essentially her claim is in this paragraph. See, some people will say that it's total nonsense that there's cyanide in it, but we know we can't trust them or something. I guess it's about to happen what she's about to say, but that's the claim, right?
The Joe Schwartz guy is from where? You click.
Yeah, sorry, there you go. So this is McGill Office of Science and Society.
I'll be back in a minute.
Joey Schwartz, PhD. Let's click on what his expertise is. Is there an about section? I'm not sure. Again, I didn't look into it that heavily, and if I did, I didn't really.
Gotcha. So she linked something that's debunking her entire book, and for some reason, the reader is supposed to ignore this article, or
Well,
as this
as I said,
article is fake science, and she's the real science.
yeah, as I
what we're
said, I
getting
think it's inoculation against criticism because that's what happens in those kind of books. But I'm not an expert in this in any kind of way, so that's just my opinion. Take this as my opinion.
Gotcha.
While running from the bathroom here, I hurt my leg. That's good. So what I wanted to say was, so that to the people listening, there is such a thing as anchoring bias. Anchoring bias, essentially, what it does is it anchors our perception. So if you hear, for example, one source of information, like you hear it in this book, where it says, oh, well, some people may say that the cyanide in B12 is not dangerous. Well, it doesn't even have to. They don't even have to make a particular claim, but your brain already knows. It provides an anchor because you've heard this information first here. So whenever somebody says, yeah, but you don't have to worry about the cyanide in B12, you're instinctively be told that, oh, wait, I've already heard that information, and you already kind of know not to trust it in essence. So it is exactly what you said postmortem, but I just wanted to be clear with people how our bias works in this regards and why it's extremely dangerous to even make such a claim.
Okay, if you can continue reading, there is no reason to worry about.
Yeah, there is no reason to worry about cyanide in vitamin B12 supplements, but there is a reason to worry about self-styled pseudo-experts with sketchy understanding of science alarming the public, usually with an eye towards monetary gain in some fashion. This last paragraph in the article is particularly ironic. Who would stand to gain monetarily any more than manufacturers and patent holders of vitamin B12 supplements? As for alarming the public, no one fearmongers more impressively and relentlessly than those who promote the sale of B12.
Who would stand to gain monetarily? Wellness. Wellness influences much more, I think.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. And seriously, does anything containing even the slightest bit of cyanide sound like a product you would want to take to be healthy? There's also the very concerning cobalt component in the ingredients, known officially as cobalt metal powder. Its MSDS states that it's highly toxic to aquatic life and probably carcinogenic to humans. Even the CDC, Centers for Disease Control, warns that the cobalt can harm the eyes, skin, heart, and lungs, and that the exposure to cobalt may cause cancer. In the CDC's 2024 toxicological profile for cobalt, compiled by the Agency for Toxic Substances and Disease Registry, it states that the Department of Health and Human Services has classified cobalt and cobalt compounds that release ions inside the body as reasonably anticipated to be a human carcinogen based on evidence from human studies.
Let's open it up then.
In just the first sentence in that paragraph, does she ever mention in the book that almonds have cyanide?
I don't remember that she does.
I don't
Even
think
the
she does.
slightest bit.
Don't have almonds, Joe. What do you mean?
Or
So-
lima beans.
For some reason, some of my citations have disappeared a little bit. Let me see if I can trace it down, because I think I did take a screenshot from this. But meanwhile, if I don't know, somebody wants to address again the MSDS issue.
Yeah, I don't think we need to address it again. As far as I understand, the MSDS is yet again the same data sheet, right? The Thermo Fisher one. Yeah. So MSDS is the Thermo Fisher Scientific Material Safety Data Sheet, and it is yet again the same thing as we've explained before. Some compounds may be dangerous, some may not be dangerous. It depends on the manufacturer, and the safety sheet only informs about the particular compound. So essentially, she may have cherry-picked one that is unsafe to suit her narrative, or she may have done that intentionally or accidentally, but that is what is possibly happening. And by the way, not enough tea is here.
Yeah, they said in the chat that they can't speak currently, but maybe. So not enough tea. If you want to address it, please do so.
It just means the dose makes the poison, and we mentioned
Then
that
yes.
earlier.
Yeah.
Okay, I can't find the thing, but yeah, we addressed enough of it. We can continue, I guess.
Yeah, we can continue. The report also specifically mentions B12. People who smoke, use cobalt and vitamin B12 supplements, or have surgical implants may have higher cobalt exposures. It defines cobalt as an element, which means that it cannot be metabolized. It also refers to the presence of cobalt in agricultural areas using sewage sludge, indicating that this can be used as a source. Then there are those...
Well, if I can address this, the sewage
Please.
sludge, the citations for it are presented in chapter 23, and if we reach that point, we can address those things. But I don't know, maybe I should mention that in most of those citations, it was specified that sewage sludge is being isolated for either B12 analogs or for animal feed. But we can go through it more rigorously if we reach the chapter. Yeah.
Oh, Jesus Christ! Yeah. Then there are those who do warn of dangers of taking the type of B12 supplements labeled as cyanocobalamin with its cyanide molecule, but still recommend the other forms they consider to be natural. As August 2022 article of Harvard Medical School Health Publishing website entitled "Should You Take a Vitamin B12 Supplement?" warns of cyanocobalamin potential to cause kidney damage. Dr. Meyer Stamfer, a professor of epidemiology and nutrition at the Harvard T.H. Chan School of Public Health, issues this warning. Studies suggest cyanocobalamin may impair kidney function in people with borderline kidney problems, so it's better to stay on the safe side. Instead, he recommends taking methylcobalamin, the so-called quote-unquote natural form of B12.
Yeah, I think she did misquote here slightly. So, where does it? I may recommend an over-the-counter B12 pill of 1,000 micrograms daily if B12 is borderline low or MMA is borderline high. After the level is back to normal range, I will often decrease the dosage. That's what the doctor says. And the quote itself is, studies suggest cyanocobalamin may impair kidney function in people with borderline kidney problems. Is better to stay on the safe side, and that's why he recommends methylcobalamin. Sorry, she didn't misquote. She just
So if you're 85, listen to your doctor.
Yeah, it's just scoffs off the actual recommendation of the doctor as maybe problematic. I'm not sure. No claim is made after talking about how he recommends methylcobalamin, except for that, according to her, it's maybe not natural.
Yeah, I mean, just an anecdote. My grandmother-in-law, she has kidney issues, and her doctor has very specific foods for her to eat and vitamins for her to take. Listen to your doctor if you're 85 and have kidney problems.
Yeah.
It's not that complicated.
Okay, we have 7 pages left until the next chapter. In his blog post, I guess, entitled Cyanocobalamin Exposed, Why You Must Avoid Synthetic B12, Dr. Eric Berg warns of even more dire consequences. He states that the cyanide in the cyanocobalamin blocks oxygen use in tiny cell factories, preventing them from generating ATP, the body's primary energy source. This can lead to mitochondrial damage with symptoms like muscle weakness and fatigue, headaches, and swollen ankles or feet. He also warns that taking cyanocobalamin can cause pulmonary edema and congestive heart failure. Ironically, should we continue?
If you can stop. If you
Yeah.
can stop. So a few things to say here. First of all, I did try to find the blog article. It doesn't exist. Furthermore, which happens again, blog posts are like tweets, right? You delete it for whichever reason. And Dr. Eric Berg is less than, I don't know, I wouldn't look for an advice from a doctor of chiropractic.
Oh my
either
God, is
way.
he a chiropractic,
Yes.
really? Oh, Jesus.
He's
I
also a
wouldn't,
Scientologist.
yes, I wouldn't look for advice from somebody who's in a literal cult. And I also wouldn't look for advice in a blog post. And he's like, I think, verging on the carnivore or keto diet or promoter of a carnivore or keto diet. So altogether is a really weird source to seek out, but also the article was deleted. Maybe for the claims, maybe he just like cleans up a bunch of stuff. Or I don't know, maybe it's big pharma. I'm not sure.
I mean, let's
If you're
not
not
also...
aware, Dr. Eric
Yeah, go.
Berg is one of those doctors on YouTube that shows up on Boomer's YouTube feed for whatever reason. He gets millions of views, and he's always in front of a whiteboard, kind of like drawing mechanistic pathways of random things.
Yeah.
But yeah,
And I'm pretty
he's
sure
like-
he sells
like,
supplements. Pretty sure.
Just to be clear, I don't think to steal man or to, I don't know, be the voice of for something here. I don't think it matters whether he's any of those things. I think those things can potentially lead to less trust in his statements, but his statements is not flawed on its own simply because of him doing all that, right?
Yeah, not necessarily. I'm just like saying the source is lost to us, is the point.
Yeah, I
He
get
also
that.
sells vitamin B12. I linked it in side chat. He sells vitamin B12. Dr. Eric Berg.
Wait, he does, really?
He does.
Oh, he does,
sells
yes.
and yes, it is methylcobalamin. I guess he's afraid of cyanocobalamin, but either way, he sells B12.
Yeah. And something else to mention that Dr. Eric Berg does have a few blog posts about B12 on his site, but none of them make the specific claim. Just from a cursory search of mitochondrial damage, I couldn't find the claim.
Okay. It's funny. Ironically, these very symptoms and serious health problems are also listed as warning signs of B12 deficiency. So apparently, taking a vitamin B12 supplement can give you the same illness that vegans are warned they'll get if they don't take a vitamin B12 supplement. Interesting how that works. It would appear that it would appear to be a case of damned if you do, damned if you don't. But it would certainly make much more sense that the toxic ingredients in the supplements would be the cause of these problems rather than some vague deficiency that can't even be authentically detected in testing.
I just want to pause there. What is the point of the random italics?
If they don't,
taking, like the word taking is italicized, and then don't is italicized. Toxic ingredients in the supplements is italicized. Deficiency is in quotes. It's just like very strangely written.
I mean,
I think it's to emphasis. It's to
Yeah.
emphasize or something.
B12 deficiency, or like how are you supposed to say it? What's the tone? So apparently taking a vitamin, is that what the tone's supposed to be?
I don't know. It's like stylizing. I think one thing I wanted to say,
That's
as
a good
someone who
point,
read
though.
the book, I actually like. I just wanted to give a compliment to Anthea. I like the style of her writing. I loved the ending where she ends the book with a lentil recipe. That's really cool. And if Anthea would release an actual fiction book for fiction's sake, I would probably read it. I think she's a cool writer. Very thorough as well, right? So.
Yeah, let's continue. Because I want to get to all of at least to finish chapter 22, and we're still I think we still have a couple of pages left. The fence straddling Berg then makes the same claim that Stamford does, that using the natural forms of B12 like methylcobalamin or hydroxycobalamin are quote-unquote safer options, as the body readily absorbs them without releasing harmful substances. But what they're not telling you is that all these formulations still include the cyanide molecule in the manufacturing process, just to a lesser degree. They also contain other ingredients that are just as concerning, and there's certainly nothing quote-unquote natural about them. In fact, methylcobalamin uses the exact same formula base as used in cyanocobalamin, except with two additional ingredients: sodium boride in an alkaline solution, added to blend in and dilute the cyanide, and methyl iodide, a dense volatile liquid related to methane.
Just to reiterate, though, all of those claims that were just made, 3 or 4 claims, are not backed. So
There's no evidence for them.
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing. Just this is a lot of claims there in those 2 paragraphs.
Now, they could have been backed elsewhere in the book. I wasn't necessarily paying much attention, so we're concentrating on chapter 22, chapter 23. So if somebody has a specific page that I might have missed or anything like that, let us know.
Yeah, just the previous paragraph again. It says the cyanide molecule in the manufacturing process. I would just ask her, if you chop up almonds, that is a manufacturing process, and there's a cyanide molecule in there. Is that a bad thing? And it's not natural because I chopped it with my human hands.
I mean, those responses completely disregarded in this chapter, or in this book entirely. So.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's pretty clearly not relevant. I don't know. The material safety data sheet of sodium boride warns that it is toxic if swallowed. Borohydride, actually have misread it, warns that it is toxic if swallowed, causes severe skin burns and eye damage, is considered hazardous by OSHA, and advises against using it in any food or drug. The material safety data sheet of methyl iodide warns that it causes acute oral toxicity, advises against using it in any food or drug, and lists it as category 2 in carcinogenity, meaning it's a suspected human carcinogen that affects the respiratory system and central nervous system. I mean, we don't need to mention yet again that the MSDS is, yet again, I guess she cherry-picked one of these and said that it's safety or unsafety.
Yeah. And also it's used for something it wasn't intended for, which is like food-grade compounds.
Yeah, exactly. And this is the safer and more quote-unquote natural version of B12. Not surprisingly, Dr.
Chip, just to pause real quick, just to really put a pin in the MSDS thing that she's doing here. I just did this for fun. I found an MSDS from Burdick and Jackson, and it's from Honeywell. And the MSDS is on water. Product name, water. It says, this material is not meant to be ingested. Do not drink. Prolonged exposure to liquid or vapor may lead to symptoms of pneumonia. This is water. Cast number 7732-18-5. And it says, trace impurities and additional material names not listed above may appear. Basically, it's just like this specific water in a barrel in a Honeywell factory somewhere, hasn't like been tested for impurities or whatever because it's water. Water can have shit in it.
And we all know how many people died because of water, Joe. Come on.
I guess my point is that I just cherry picked an MSDS of water. That's all it says, water. And it says, do not drink. So using her same method of finding an MSDS, I found water, and I can then make a claim in a book saying, do not drink, here's my source, an MSDS from Honeywell saying, do not drink water.
Cool.
And also, I just want
to read the book. Don't drink water. Water is not real.
Also, please correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe not just tea leaves. Sorry, not enough tea. Not just tea leaves. Not enough tea can confirm it. Because what she's saying is that the formula has sodium borohydrate in an alkaline solution. So is it that this formula is used to produce it? What she's saying, or is it that some of these are present in the product itself? Because if they are to produce it, it doesn't matter what safety these products are. Like, they can be unsafe for consumption, but they can still produce a safe product. And if it's within the product itself, does the presence of other compounds matter? Because they could remove the unsafe pattern from them if they happen to be unsafe.
While we're waiting for not enough tea to
I think you're spot on with that. That it's probably just ingredients used to produce it.
Yeah.
And it's not in the final product. Yeah.
Yeah. So then, if we use a form of acid to produce something, that must mean that that product, that something is toxic. Because the acid is toxic.
Yeah, Chip, if you want to, or post-mortem, if you're sharing screen, if you want to pull up that snip I just gave for the water.
Gotta do it. Yeah.
It's just really funny on this one. It says inhalation of this and an extreme deluge can cause drowning. It's just funny that, like, yes, you can drown in water. And this one says do not drink in the ingestion. So just kind of, you can cherry pick an MSDS of any chemical, it seems like, to ingest or not ingest.
Yeah, it's clear. Let's move on. Oh, wait, did you show the thing, VPM, the water thing?
No, you have to click on it in order for your audience to see it. I can't.
Oh, wait, did you paste it? Did you post the thing here?
In the chat.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Water. Product name, water. Product use, solvent, cleaning agent. Yeah.
If I may interrupt, I've chased up the source of the claim about cyanocobalamin in kidney disease, and it turns out that very high doses, like 1 milligram per day of vitamin B12, cause a greater decrease in glomerular filtration rate. That's a measure of kidney function in patients with diabetic nephropathy in stages 1 to 3 of chronic kidney disease. That is nothing that any healthy person should ever worry about.
So a conjunction of several problems cannot be extrapolated to healthy individuals.
Yes. And also the dose used was very high.
Sorry, maybe we should return to citation number 4 because not enough tea is here. We wanted to ask a question there.
Yeah. How do we test vitamins was one of the questions that we have. Are vitamins tested on human outcome data, or are they tested mechanistically? Are they tested both? And do they require to be tested before reaching the market? That was one of the things that I wrote down. And then we have why we have that citation, yes.
Yeah, just
Like
disclaimer.
usual supplements. Can
Yeah.
you let me scroll up to the citation. Is it this picture of the statement has not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration?
Yeah.
This product is not intended to die. Yeah. If I recall correctly, this is a US thing. So in the US, supplements aren't regulated anywhere near strictly as in the EU. They are only tested for safety. And any other claims that any producer of supplements wants to make about them needs this disclaimer that that the statement has not been evaluated by the FDA. That's all there is to it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And for the people listening.
So.
Yeah, go on. Sorry.
Yeah, and I don't think your question was about how we found out about vitamins in the first place, right?
No. So my question was merely for the people listening who maybe are still cynical about the existence of B12 or vitamins themselves. Can you explain a little bit how vitamins are tested, and are all of them tested? Should people look out for that? Like, what's the procedure there?
Honestly, I'm not super knowledgeable on the regulation side of vitamin supplements, so I don't think I can say anything more there, but I could look it up for you.
Maybe for later. Yeah, let's move on. Not surprisingly, Dr. Berg just happens to sell his own line of supplements. He steers clear of the cyanocobalamin version, of course, which is allegedly quote-unquote safe form of methylcobalamin B12 conveniently added into the fortified nutritional yeast tablets he has for sale. And then there is lesser known version of vitamin B12 called adenosylcobalamin or cobamamide. This is made from...
Wait, that I missed this in the first reading of this book. So cobamamide is... By cobamamide, it could be active or inactive B12, isn't it?
I actually don't know this one. I have never heard of cobamamide.
Yeah. Sorry, it's just like gonna come up later. Sorry, go on.
This is made from the Escherichia coli strain of bacteria, more commonly known as E. coli. This one cold organism was created in a lab by German pediatrician Theodor Estricht in 1885 and is apparently an oddly prestigious creature, as a total of 11 Nobel Prizes have been awarded for quote-unquote discoveries involved in its use from 1958 to 2008. In fact,
just another little anecdote. Anthea does go into discrediting the Nobel Prize winners in this book earlier in the early chapters.
In fact, E. coli is such E. coli is such an important tool to scientists that is one of the first organisms selected to have its complete set of genes or genomes sequenced. Wait a minute, I before we move on, is she trying to say that E. coli does not exist?
I'm not sure. I think maybe it's just like a little bit of a... I'm not sure. Again, I'm prefer not to speculate, but I think it's just
I think it says in the paragraph there, the E. coli was created in a lab in 1885.
Yeah, exactly.
Does it say that?
Yeah, it does say that. That's why I was like, what the hell? No, that's not true. E. coli was not created in a lab.
Oh,
E. coli,
this one-celled organism was created in a lab by German pediatrician.
You can find it in water, right?
Yeah, you can find it in a lot. Like I think it's in our body also, if I'm not mistaken, in our colon, right?
And in shit, and in eggs, and in a bunch of stuff.
Okay, so I just Googled it real quick. In 1885, the German-Austrian pediatrician discovered the organism in the feces of healthy individuals. Notice how she changed the word there to created in a lab versus
Jesus,
discovered.
that's very dangerous. That's very dangerous rhetoric.
In 1885, the German-Austrian pediatrician Theodor Eschrich discovered the organism in the feces of healthy individuals. And then in the book, it says it was created in a lab.
There's also an entire chapter on feces. Just a little anecdote about the book. We can continue.
Most people are familiar with the E. coli pathogen in relation to foodborne illnesses caused by handling or consuming meat in a too raw state, particularly from cows which have been exposed to unsanitary conditions and contaminated by fecal matter. It can cause diarrhea, vomiting, and kidney failure. It's also associated with septimia, meningitis, and urinary tract infections. It should be noted that the many illnesses diagnosed as flu are actually caused by causes of food poisoning. It's kind of weird.
Excuse me, what's the evidence for that?
Yeah, that's so not true. That's so weird. I think what she wanted to say, let me steal Manon. I think what she's trying to say is that a lot of us call it the flu, but it is in fact food poison. I can't steal Mendes. That it's in fact food poisoning. I think maybe she's trying to say that the symptoms of the flu and the symptoms of food poisoning are similar.
She mentioned that the most common forms of E. coli are often like romaine lettuce, plant-based food.
No, I don't even know if. Yeah.
That's just because it just gets worse, huh? The coli part of the name literally means from the colon, and the bacteria is excreted in feces, which begs the question: where is this E. coli bacteria being sourced from in order to make the B12 supplements? As for pointing out the
Watkins is, if Brian's listening, Brian loves beans. He hates when people say begs the question when they mean raises the question.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
As for pointing out the dichotomy of the idea that too high levels of B12 in your blood apparently produces the same symptoms as too low levels of B12, this was perfectly illustrated in an article on the Everywell website dated January 23, 2023 and entitled High Vitamin B12 Levels and Cancer, How They're Related. Do we want to
So,
yeah.
So this is the article. I'm not sure. I think I did look up what Everywell actually is. It just seems to be. I'm not sure if it's like a source that we should consider as good. So, so I'm not sure, but we can read the article nonetheless if we want. I'm just not clear why this would support the claim anyways, right? Because the claim is high vitamin B12 levels may be a marker of cancer, and that as well might be, but the word biomarker indicates that if there are high levels of B12 in your blood, then that could be an indication that you might have cancer in a conjunction of other symptoms, right? So, but this is like cause and effect type of situation. You could have high vitamin B12 levels in your blood because you've taken a supplement for the past 2 years, or you could have high levels of B12 in the blood because you have cancer. That doesn't mean that supplementation of B12 causes cancer, and we also need to look in what I means in this case, right? So probably something out of range. In any case, it's this doesn't help us like to discredit B12, to say that B12 doesn't exist, because those are two causes of high possible causes. There are probably many more of high B12 levels in the blood. That doesn't mean that the two causes are related. Right?
Yeah,
Postmortem,
also,
kind of similar to like if you take your yearly blood test and you have a high creatinine, that could be a biomarker showing that you have issues with your kidney, but it doesn't necessarily mean you have issues with your kidney. It means like, okay, we're going to take a look at your kidney, or women get pap smears every year, every 5 years, whatever, and that could be like, it could show that they have HPV, or there could be like a biomarker in there that they have HPV, and then that could be like a risk for cervical cancer. It doesn't mean that they have cervical cancer or will even get it, but there's like biomarkers that show up that could then be an issue with something else, just
Yeah,
because
it
you have
just
like.
means that you have to continue looking into it, right, and do other tests, maybe slightly more invasive tests and such. Yeah, that's a good point, Joe. So a good example of exactly what you said, that high creatinine biomarker could mean that you have an issue with your kidneys, or it also could mean that you didn't stop taking creatine before the blood test.
yeah, it's not a one thing, one size fits all, right? It's a marker. That's why they're called markers, and not conclusions from them, right? You need to look at those.
And it's such a weak claim. It says may be a biomarker, and it doesn't. But even if it is, that doesn't mean like the supplement causes cancer, like you said earlier.
And just to be
we're gonna go back to it as well. There is another citation for this exact claim as well.
And this whole claim of weakness, fatigue, and headaches being for too little B12 and too much B12, yeah, your body reacts similarly to poisoning, to viruses, to pathogens, everything. It reacts similarly, and a symptom of that is almost always weakness, fatigue, and headaches. So, like, it doesn't mean necessarily that B12 doesn't exist because of that, just to be clear.
Yeah.
Okay, but then, he lists the symptoms as having too much vitamin B12 as weakness, fatigue, and headaches, the same symptoms that Berg believes taking cyanocobalamin causes. But then on the page...
Yeah, by the way, that it's probably, I don't know if it says that symptoms of having too much vitamin B12 is like, yeah, I guess, sorry.
Yeah, but then on page, then on the page where every well sells their own line of B12 supplements, of course, their very same symptoms of weakness, fatigue, and even heart problems are listed as a reason to start taking the supplements. Their promotional spiel goes like this: do you suffer from constant fatigue or lack of energy? Feeling faint? Do you have heart palpitations often? In that case, you might have low vitamin B12 levels. You may be looking to begin taking a B12 vitamin supplement to combat symptoms of vitamin B12 deficiency. Truly, B12 is an enigma that defies common sense. It's got you both coming and going. Can it get any more confusing or illogical?
What?
Yeah. And there's quite a few more studies linking elevated levels of B12 in the bloodstream to cancer, such as the article posted June 25, 2021 in the Scientific Reports Journal entitled Persistent Elevation of Plasma Vitamin B12 is Strongly Associated with Solid Cancer. It states, elevated plasma vitamin B12 has been associated with solid cancers based on single B12 measurement. We evaluated the incidence of solid cancers following B12 measurement in patients with persistent elevated B12 compared to patients without elevated B12 and to patients with non-persistent elevated B12.
Okay, pause. So this is the paper. It indeed links persistent elevation of plasma vitamin B12, strongly associates it rather with solid cancer. But the issue is, though, right, in the in this study, right, in the methodology part, it says that patients with pernicious anemia, of those supplemented with vitamin B12, were excluded from the trial. This exactly shows the thing that I was talking about earlier, because they wanted to see the link of quote unquote naturally persistently elevated B12 in plasma in the blood, they actually excluded people from the trial who are supplementing with B12. So we can't even say that B12 supplementation is strongly associated with solid cancers because at the least, right, I'm trying to be charitable, it wasn't tested here. And I think it wasn't tested because, again, both of those things increase B12 levels in the blood, but only one of them causes cancer, and that is the non-supplemental
Yeah, it would be similar to excluding people who supplement creatine from looking at markers of creatinine with kidney disease. Like they would exclude those people, like bodybuilders who take creatine from the trial. And this is just also funny because B12 simultaneously doesn't exist, but then posts a study that excludes people who take the fake supplement that doesn't exist. I just don't get it.
Yeah, so again, to be charitable, it could be that supplementation of B12 is associated with solid cancers, but this paper is not going to give it to us. Right. Very charitable I'm being. We can go on. Chip, we can't hear you.
Yes. The study found that after a 5-year period, persistently elevated levels of B12 was associated with a high incidence of solid cancers, and that solid cancers represent one of the main diagnoses found in patients with unexplained and persistent elevated B12. These solid cancers
unexplained and persistent elevated B12. So, if your B12 was high because you were supplemented, it would be unexplained elevated B12, and not necessarily persistent, because then you could stop supplementation potentially, right?
Yeah.
And your
It's a marker.
levels of B12 wouldn't be too high anymore. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a marker that something is wrong. Why are you having it so high? These solid cancers are described as cancers of any organs or tissues, such as liver, kidney, breast, prostate, lung, and colorectal cancers. Of course, the unexplained presence of high levels of B12 that the study refers to can actually be explained very easily. Here we go. The tests are detecting the buildup of synthetic B12 supplements. These have been ingested either from taking the supplements directly and or consuming foods fortified with them, or from eating meat, dairy, eggs that contain the supplements fed to the farmed animals. It shouldn't be surprising.
What's the evidence for this claim?
Yeah, I mean, she completely neglected not just that. What was it? Because there were two adjectives there. It wasn't just.
Sorry, let me roll down. There you go.
Yeah, thank you. It wasn't just.
Yeah, the first sentence says these.
It was unexplained and persistent, as you said. Sorry, go on. Go on.
It says these have been ingested either from taking the supplements directly, which the trial states that those people were excluded. So that's just patently false.
Okay.
And then, you would need evidence that it was from fortified foods or eating meat, dairy, and eggs that were fed to the animals. There's no evidence provided for that.
Yeah.
Again, an incredibly scientific claim made with zero scientific evidence, and perplexed.
And just to be clear for everyone, we're not doubting whether the farm animals were fed supplements, but rather that the increased B12 presence or B12 serum levels in blood was coming due to the fact that people were eating animal products who were fed, that are coming from animals who were fed B12 supplements. Like, that's the doubt, not that animals were fed B12. Just to be clear.
Yeah, maybe not enough T can explain to us, like, what could be like the hypothetical proposed mechanism of the elevated B12 in the blood and its association with cancers.
As far as I know, elevated serum B12 can be caused by just an increase in B12 binding proteins present in blood. and that can be due to solid cancers, can be due to systemic inflammatory diseases, and it can be due to liver diseases.
And how would a doctor, for instance, differentiate between all of those things? What would be the next step after discovering that the high levels of B12 are present in plasma? What would then be done next?
I don't think serum B12 is used as a biomarker for anything because it's not specific. Yeah. I think you'd check the other B12 markers to see whether that metabolism is normal, but other than that, it doesn't give you any clear direction in which to search for diagnosis. It would be an incidental finding that that would prompt further investigation, but usually you would have more specific biomarkers to go into other directions.
Yeah, CA, that's it. Yeah. You have specific cancer markers, right?
It shouldn't be surprising that absurdly high dosages of vitamin B12 that are routinely sold oftentimes led to cumulative effect after a long time consumption, posing serious health risks and potential carcinogenic impact. The higher doses are rationalized by the belief that only 1 or 2% of the synthetic unbound B12 from supplements or fortified food is absorbed through the GI tract. This is most certainly why so many vitamin B12 supplements are sold in doses nearly 100 times higher than the recommended daily allowance, to ensure that synthetic B12 will show up on tests. But it makes no sense to consume massive quantities simply to score well on B12 levels, while potentially creating very toxic conditions from the high dosages. Can I ask a question here? Because I am curious, why is it that indeed most of the B12, not all of them, I have seen a lot of them, like especially in multivitamins, that B12 is not in high doses, but indeed most B12 vitamins are in high doses when you buy them. Why is that?
It's actually coming up in the next citation.
Okay.
There was a quote that was cherry-picked, but then I added in the same citation, it has an explanation on why some supplements have such high doses, right?
Okay, so then let's go on and we'll... Okay, according to the National Institute of Health, the recommended dietary amount of vitamin B12 is 2.4 micrograms per day, yet most supplements contain 1,000 to 5,000 micrograms per serving. That's 24 to 120 times the recommended dosage. The Mayo Clinic...
Okay, so, wait, so I found the citation itself, and in that citation, on top of what was said, which is correct, is 2.4 micrograms is the RDA for vitamin B12. It also, is it here? Yeah, so vitamin B12 is available as a multivitamin mineral supplement. It is in supplements containing other B complex vitamins and in supplements containing only vitamin B12. Multivitamin mineral supplements typically contain B12 at doses ranging from 5 to 25 micrograms. Vitamin B12 levels are higher, generally 50 to 500 micrograms in supplements containing vitamin B12 with other B complex vitamins, and in higher, typically 500 to 1,000 micrograms in supplements containing only vitamin B12. I was sure that I did screenshot it. No evidence indicated that absorption rates of vitamin B12 in supplements vary from by form of the vitamin. So between cyanocobalamin and methylcobalamin, I'm assuming. These rates are about 50% at doses when the supplement contains 1 to 2 micrograms, right? So only 50% is absorbed, that do not exceed the cobalamin binding capacity of intrinsic factor and are substantially lower at doses well above 1 to 2 micrograms. So, for example, absorption is only 2% at doses of 500 micrograms and 1.3 at doses of 5,000 micrograms. So people like vegans, for instance, who rely on getting all of, like our B12 from supplementation, right? Taking the very low doses, 1 to 2 micrograms, wouldn't reach RDA. But the problem is, once you, that's my understanding of it, not enough tea, if I'm wrong, please correct me. So my understanding of it is once you increase the amount of B12 that you put in a supplement, its absorption decreases. And that's why you have like high doses to increase the amount that you get, but they're exceptionally high doses because only a fraction of it is actually absorbed.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Okay.
Is the wrong there? 24 to 120?
Yeah,
Wouldn't
no,
that be 1,000 divided by 2. Wait, what was it?
Yeah, it's obviously a bad miscalculation. It's way more than that. Yeah.
Isn't that like 417 to 2083?
Yeah.
She just can't divide using a
Wait,
calculator.
what were we talking about?
Yeah,
so
that's
This
24
okay.
to 120. The math is incorrect there because it would be divided by 2.4 from 1,000. That's not 24.
No, that's 416. Yeah.
Okay, just checking that she can't do math. Okay.
I mean,
yeah.
we all make mistakes.
We all make mistakes, but I wouldn't publish a book with obvious math errors.
Or lack of citations, for that matter.
Or lack of citations, yes.
Same. The Mayo Clinic claims that while the recommended daily amount of vitamin B12 for adults is 2.4 micrograms, higher doses have been found to be safe. Healthline claims that since B12 is water-soluble vitamin, it's generally considered safe, even at high doses, although they do acknowledge that unnecessary supplementing may lead to negative side effects. So how can it be?
If you can... Yeah, let me see what I wrote down. So this is on the same... That's pertaining to that one. Here I wrote down that Healthline has 2 active articles on B12. None of them have this quote. So again, like just lost citation. And as for Mayo Clinic, yeah, just like track down the citation. It indeed says what it says, but I'm not sure what we're supposed to like get from it. I don't know. So taking high doses of B12 can cause side effects, but we don't know what high doses is meant here.
And also side effects could literally just mean that your pee smells differently.
Well, the taking doses of vitamin B12 might cause headache, nausea, diarrhea, weakness, or tingling sensation in hands and feet. So
I feel like this is just... I feel like this is just one of those, when in America you can be sued for everything, so they're just covering their butt by doing this.
Yeah, probably.
Okay. So how can it be claimed that high dosages of B12 taken over time are generally harmless when studies have proven such an alarming link with cancer? The drug companies who sell the supplements want the consumer to believe that these high potencies of vitamins yield better results. While they claim there's no danger of toxicity in these megadoses, there's undeniable evidence that the human body is not equipped to properly absorb and utilize synthetic materials, especially in high amounts. Another study published in June of 2013 on PubMed, NIH, National Library of Medicine, entitled "The Pathophysiology of Elevated Vitamin B12 in Clinical Practice," found evidence that high levels of B12 was found to be an early diagnostic marker of severe disease entities. these
If
serious
you can
ill.
stop for a second, if you
Yeah.
can stop. So let's go to the article. I hunted it down. I downloaded it because it wasn't like, I had to do it through work. And the claim in the conclusion is the etiological profile of high serum cobalamin most encompasses severe disease entities for which early diagnosis is crucial to prognosis. So again, they're not making a causal claim in this case. They are saying that it could be like a diagnostic tool. They propose it as a diagnostic tool, and that's all I can say here.
Yeah, it's basically the same as what I've mentioned earlier, that the causal direction in this case is the opposite
Exactly.
of what she is suggesting. So it's more something like serum cholesterol being low in patients who have just experienced a myocardial infarction, or who have a solid tumor. That's that's something that is known, that these things decrease serum cholesterol, and that doesn't take away from, on the other hand, the causal role of cholesterol in cardiovascular disease. So yeah, it just has no bearing on her claim.
Yeah, it just doesn't support the
Yeah.
claims about the toxicity of a B12 supplement in any kind of way, in this case.
Yes.
Okay. These serious illnesses were essentially comprised of solid neoplasms, tumors, hematological blood malignancies, and malignancies and liver and kidney diseases. The study stated that hypercobalaminnemia, high serum vitamin B12 levels, was a frequent and underestimated anomaly. The study even referred to the aforementioned paradox of high levels of B12 producing the same symptoms as low levels, stating that these elevated levels were paradoxically accompanied by signs of deficiency. However, they clarified that with this statement, while low serum cobalamin levels do not necessarily imply deficiency, an abdominally high serum cobalamin levels forms a warning sign requiring exclusion of a number of serious underlying pathologies.
So if I can, let me just reread this. So I refer to aforementioned paradox of high level B12 producing the same symptoms as low levels, stating that these elevated levels were paradoxically accompanied by signs of deficiency. So I think she's misunderstanding what is said here, potentially, maybe. So you could have like high B12 levels in your plasma. That doesn't mean that you are not B12 deficient, as you can sometimes even experience with supplementation. So you can have a test of high B12 in the plasma, but you can actually be a B12 deficient. So that's the claim that I'm making. They're not saying that both, I think, I'm not sure. So while low serum cobalamin levels do not necessarily imply deficiency, an abnormally high serum cobalamin level forms a warning sign requiring exclusion of a number of serious underlying pathologies. I think she's not understanding what she's reading here.
Yeah, and I think we discussed this as earlier was stated by Not Enough Tea, right? That some of these some of the marker, like the marker, if you find B12 elevated and the person hasn't taken B12, then there might be something, a bigger issue, and you need to do further testing or stuff, right? So it's not, I think that even if you have low of it, you still get further testing, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, anyway. In other words, low levels of cobalamin found in the bloodstream do not automatically imply someone is deficient in B12 or even ill, whereas the high levels now commonly found during testing are a huge red flag indicating any number of serious conditions and diseases. This is quite a contrast from what doctors tell their patients, both vegan and non-vegan, who come in for testing, that the results indicating low levels of B12 are absolute proof that one has dreaded B12 deficiency. Of course, the
And
patient...
by the way, just to mention something here on the first sentence that he said, in other words, low levels of cobalamin found in the bloodstream do not automatically imply someone is deficient in B12. Well, nothing automatically does, right? Like further testing is always happening. Looking at other symptoms always happens. But for instance, right, like one of my projects at work is Alzheimer's disease. Again, I'm no expert of anything, right? But the doctors, the neurologists, they do look at B12 levels, and if the B12 levels are low, sometimes that's like one of the things to consider when looking at mild cognitive impairment, that it could be causal. Perhaps, and so if somebody has low B12 levels, they are given supplementation to see if the symptoms subside. If they don't, they continue with diagnosis of based on other stuff.
Yeah, that's what happened to me. Other papers revealed increased risk for lung cancer and colon cancer from high doses of B12, entitled Long-Term Supplemental 1-Carbon Metabolism-Related Vitamin B Use in Relation to Lung Cancer Risk in Vitamins and Lifestyle Cohort. The study was published in the Journal of Clinical Oncology on October 20, 2017. This large-scale study... Do you want to go to the study now, or do you want to read what she says about it first?
Read out first, and then maybe not enough tea can address this, because it's above my pay grade, frankly.
Okay, this large-scale study, 77,000 participants over a 10-year period, showed that males who supplemented with mega doses of vitamin B12 and vitamin B6 had a 30 to 40% increased risk of lung cancer when compared to males and females who did not supplement. It stated that the increased risk for lung cancer was due to high doses of vitamin B12 at 23 times more than recommended daily amount of 2.4 micrograms. What the study considered the mega dose is typically the amount of B12 listed as a single serving, 1,000 micrograms, that most brands sell.
So if we can move on to not enough tea, if you can address this study, actually.
Yep. As far as I'm aware, this was a solid randomized controlled trial. What she seems confused about is the single serving point. I don't think supplement companies are labeling this labeling megadose supplements with a daily single serving. They're just saying
No, I think
it's a single, right?
I do have a methylcobalamin supplement, which is 1,000 micrograms, and it does say that it's a daily supplement. On my
it does say it's a daily supplement.
Yeah,
That
I'll
is
get it.
interesting. Yeah.
So this does happen. So this is methyl B12 supplement. I'm sorry, it's probably the other way around. It says biologically active form of B12, 1,000 micrograms. It says that on the bottom. And it says dietary supplement, and sorry, let me see. Dissolve in mouth or chew 1 tablet per day.
All right.
And I was indeed, as an ex-smoker, taking this daily for like a year maybe, and then my B12 levels were too high, so I stopped taking it every day. Now I take it once a week or so.
Yeah. Yeah, there does seem to be an increased risk especially for smokers. The same has been observed for vitamin A and vitamin E. So yeah, this is not a super surprising finding. Yeah.
Why is there a difference between men and women in this particular case and in this particular study? Because if I'm not mistaken, it's the men that have the higher incidence, right? There was no
Um,
correlation for women.
That's correct. I think it's because women weren't supplementing as much, so um, the groups just the megadosing groups just didn't. Wait. I think I'm confusing two studies here.
Um,
Let me pull them up. One is a cohort study, and the other one, she was linking the cohort study. There is an RCT
yeah, there is an
that
RCT
shows
later in it.
the same thing.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah. In the cohort study, it's probably just because of population differences. So the
So what does this mean
let
for
me
vegans? Not enough tea. Quit smoking.
wait. Let me. Oh, that definitely.
Definitely, but joking as well.
So it's not that that there wasn't an association in the megadosing group in women. It was just that that estimate was not statistically significant, while for
Yeah.
men it was statistically significant. Yeah. And so
Yeah.
for vegans, it's probably just sensible to stick to lower doses, such as in the official supplement of the Vegan Society, which has 25 micrograms, which is still 1000% of the recommended daily allowance. So yeah, you can take two of those a day, and you still wouldn't be megadosing.
There you go. But like every conspiracy has some truth in it, so we found some. There you go.
Yeah. Okay, let's move on.
So so just to be clear for the listeners, the recommended per day is 25 micrograms of cyanocobalamin. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
In a follow-up study, researchers found that supplementing with vitamin B12 and B9 folate may increase risk of colon cancer, and the 2013 study published in the Journal of National Cancer Institute included that elevated serum cobalamin levels were associated with subsequent cancer diagnosis, primarily in the first year of follow-up, and an increased cancer risk, especially in smoking-related hematological blood and alcohol-related cancers. Ultimately, this study found that elevated B12 levels may be an important biomarker for cancer. These findings were supported in a separate 2020 study, which showed that an unexplained high levels of serum vitamin B12 might be linked to the development of solid cancers, those with tumors, and in breast cancers.
So just to reiterate one more time, I'm sorry, we are going to repeat ourselves because the book repeats itself. So when it says that it's a biomarker, that means that it's like, okay, that inherently doesn't mean that necessarily that it's like when you supplement that causes cancer, right? Is a biomarker is elevated blood serum of B12 in the blood. Both supplementation and cancer can cause elevated B12 plasma biomarker, but it's the cancer that is causal and not the supplement. That doesn't mean that the two causes of elevated B12 have an association between them, right? Except for, again, in case of lung cancer and smoking men, when you take a large dose.
Yeah, makes sense.
And colorectal cancer.
Yeah. Another study proving that the dangers of high levels of B12 in the blood, entitled Association of Plasma Concentration of Vitamin B12 with All-Cause Mortality in the General Population in the Netherlands. was published on January 15, 2020 on the JAMA Network Open. It involved 5,571 participants in the Netherlands and concluded that those with the highest plasma levels of vitamin B12 were found to have a higher mortality rate, 25% increased adjusted risk, compared to those with lowest plasma levels of B12.
If you can stop. So again, it's one of those cases of her misunderstanding what she's reading or not reading the citation properly. Participants included individuals who completed the second screening visit beginning January.
Can you zoom in a bit?
2001. Yeah, sure. Excluding those who were missing values of vitamin B12 plasma concentrations or used vitamin B12 supplementation. So again, people who were supplementing B12 were excluded from the trial.
Yeah, so it's essentially another
Or
thing
from
like...
the cohort.
Yeah, so essentially it's another thing. Why would they have elevated levels of B12 serum plasma, sorry, B12 in their blood, right? Why do they have elevated levels? And that is correlated with all-cause mortality, not the supplementation itself.
It's kind of curious that she didn't even find the strongest piece of evidence, which is the long-term follow-up of the B-roof trial.
What is that? Can you tell us?
That's the RCT where they found that high supplementation of B12 together with folate increased risk of colorectal cancer.
There you go.
So yeah, and that's basically the only study that is actually direct evidence of a causal link.
And was that also a megadose?
Yes, 500 micrograms. The dose of folate was normal at 400 micrograms. But yeah, and it doesn't disentangle whether it's been the folate or the B12, but yeah.
So it could be the conjunction of the two would have that.
Yes, it could be the conjunction, it could be the folate.
Gotcha.
But given that the folate dose was normal and the B12 dose was a megadose.
Yeah. The study was summarized thusly. These findings suggest that a higher plasma concentration of vitamin B12 are associated with all-cause mortality independent of traditional risk factors. A potential link between excessive B12 levels and kidney disease and liver damage was also noted. The Plant-Based Physicians Committee for Responsible Medicine also featured the study on their website on February 11, 2020, under the title, Vitamin B12, you need a little, but getting too much could be dangerous. And yet another, okay, we want to go through this first, right?
It's basically reiterating what we've already said.
Yeah,
That just take 25 micrograms a day, as suggested, not 1,000 or 500.
Unless your doctor says so. I'm sorry, but I had to take 1,000 for a while. I'm no longer taking 1,000, but I had to when I was severely deficient.
Yeah, of course, if you've been deficient and your liver stores are empty, then it makes sense to macrodose for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And by the way, if this if the physician committee for responsible medicine is citing the same paper and getting to the conclusion of don't take high doses, then they also have the comprehension problem because, as we said, people who were supplementing were excluded from the trial in this case, right? So they could get to this conclusion from other papers, but just not from this paper.
Fair enough.
Yeah, just with any supplement, if you read a book saying supplement X, don't take it, and then you cite two different studies that say people taking supplement X were excluded. It's like this isn't. Yeah, these aren't evidence to your claim.
Yeah.
And yet another paper published on the National Library of Medicine warns of cancer, liver disease, blood disorders, and other serious life-threatening illnesses resulting from high B12 levels. Dated November of 2003 and entitled Significance of Elevated Cobalamin Levels in Blood. It stated high levels of vitamin B12 in your bloodstream may be indicative of more serious underlying health issues. These include certain blood cancers such as leukemia, polycythemia, polycythemia vera, and I don't know how to read that word, hypereosinophilic syndrome, a group of blood disorders that may cause organ damage. Is this the same? Is this the same situation as it was before? That it's just it doesn't take into consideration the people who were taking supplements?
Well, I couldn't find that, but the conclusion from this study is that the potential relevance of this finding predominantly lies in the diagnostic phase. So again, they're just like proposing it to be like a diagnostic biomarker of certain cancers. They're not saying that high B12 supplementation causes cancer, right? They're just making an association between high levels of B12 and certain cancers.
But any rational person or any rational doctor would say, if you have high elevated levels of B12, would ask you, are you supplementing B12? And if you are, they would assume it's from that, not necessarily as a biomarker of something else. If, however, you're not supplementing, then they would see it as a biomarker, right? Am I misunderstanding this?
I'm not sure.
Maybe. Yeah, for instance, a couple years ago, my vitamin D was tested and it was too high. And the doctor did indeed ask me, are you supplementing vitamin D? And I said, yes, I am, 5,000 IU. And he said, you should switch that to 2,000 IU. And I retested and it was within normal range. So I could definitely see a doctor doing similar with B12, being like, yo, your B12 is off the charts. What are you taking? Yeah, you might just maybe take less.
My GP is used to be an incompetent asshole, and he just like completely disregarded the fact that I had elevated B12 from taking this supplement, right? And so I just had to like take the matters to my own hands and just reduce supplementation.
Yeah, I don't know. I've been supplementing 1,000 micrograms every day for 5 years. And I did my blood test and my doctor said it's all good. I can continue. She said if I want to lower it, I can lower it because I have enough stores, but there's nothing to worry about. So, you know, I don't know. And I was weed smoker, so.
Yeah,
anyway.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, I've reduced it now. I'm taking 250, but that's okay. I'm not gonna go lower than that. In addition, several types of liver disease, such as acute hepatitis, cirrhosis of the liver, metastatic liver disease, and hepatocellular carcinoma and other liver cancers, were shown to be frequently accompanied by increase in circulating cobalamin. So once again, the ubiquitous relationship that vitamin B12 always has had with the liver rears its curious, bilious little head. This time with respect to the daily ingesting of high-dose supplements causing damage to the bile-secreting glandular organ. And then there's the liver storage. Yeah.
How curious that a damage to the organ storing the vitamin releases more of that vitamin into the bloodstream. Yeah, that I don't know why she is surprised by that.
Well, I think she just, and I'm speculating based on the book, frankly. I think she just doesn't understand shit about crap.
Yeah, she doesn't understand shit about crap. That's true. Yeah, because that makes sense indeed. If you have an issue with an organ that stores B12, it's only normal that it secretes more B12 in your bloodstream. Yeah. And then there's the liver storage myth. Vegans are told that it's the B12 bacteria from meat that they used to eat being stored in the liver, rather than the actual synthetic supplements, as if the organ were some sort of safety deposit box or rental storage unit. Apparently,
If I
we're-
can, sorry, if we can like belabor this point for 1 second, if we can talk about this point for 1 second. So she makes some kind of a separation between natural B12 and synthetic B12. And I'm not sure, first of all, what is the evidence for the claim that those two things are separate? And why is this claim potentially provides us with the question, well, actual B12 exists in nature? And like, if yes, how are those two things stored differently? Or however, right, rather than actual synthetic supplements. So she makes the separation between the natural and the synthetic here. It seems to me, right, that she implicates that those two things are supposed to act differently in the body somehow, while also making the claim that neither in nature nor in the B12 doesn't exist in nature. I don't know, maybe I'm reading in too much. Let me know if I'm like being a stinky poo here.
I think her claim is that that we're told that the bacteria, the B12 bacteria from meat. I think what she's trying to say is that we used to get B12 from meat, and it was stored in our liver. But once we're vegan, we need the synthetic element. I don't know what she's trying to say. Honestly, I don't understand this statement at all.
Okay, fair enough. Let's move on.
Wait,
Yes, sir, go on.
what is she on about with B12 bacteria?
Yeah.
You've probably been over this, but I missed that part.
No, I think it's the
I
B12
think-
producing bacteria that she meant, if we steel man it. Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes even less.
Because
sense.
it's not in meat. I know she doesn't really understand the whole B12 being a compound that is produced synthetically by certain bacteria, and like she doesn't.
Wait, does she not understand the difference between B12 as a compound and bacteria that can produce B12? Because I can't read the sentence any differently than that she thinks that what is being said is that the liver stores bacteria.
Yeah, what was your impression, VPM? Because you read the book. Does she understand the difference between the bacteria that produces B12 and B12 itself?
Well, she makes the claim that none of that exists. She makes the claim B12 doesn't exist in nature, doesn't exist in the animal, and it is the figment of the Merck lab. So the Merck lab created the synthetic compound that they named B12, and then they started giving that synthetic compound to all the animals and all the people as well. Right, they started selling this compound that they created to people, and so the B12 test that measures B12 in your blood actually measuring this synthetic made-up compound and nothing else, right? Which I don't know if it makes sense.
But what about the bacteria?
Yeah, well, because from
since
later
vegans are told that it's the B12 bacteria from meat they used to eat being stored in the liver.
Yeah, I think she just like wrote something wrongly, right? I think Chip is right that maybe that she means the B12 producing bacteria.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I understand what
But
you're saying.
even that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, even that doesn't make
bacteria
sense.
aren't stored in the liver, and nobody claims that.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
You're right. I understand. So let
Wait,
me just
if
reread
we
it one more time.
no
Sorry.
wait, let's read the next, because it will clarify if we continue reading the rest of the paragraph. Apparently,
No, let me just 1 second. I'm so sorry.
but it
vegans
clarifies
are
her
told
claim.
that it's the B12 bacteria from the meat they used to eat being stored in. Yeah. Okay, I understand. Let's go on.
Apparently, we're to believe that this industrious bacteria manages to conveniently sequester itself inside this liver, from whence it can be benevolently begin dispensing its essential nuggets of vitamin B12 to the malnourished vegan before eventually depleting itself. The number
so
of
Dominic is, and not enough T is right. She thinks that people are told that bacteria is stored in the liver.
yeah, she thinks B12 bacteria is stored
Or
in the
she
liver.
thinks
Yeah.
that people
Or
claim
at
that.
least, yeah,
Yeah.
she thinks people claim that. Nobody claims that. Literally nobody.
But
What the
wait,
fuck?
when she says that from where it can benevolently begin dispensing its essential nuggets of vitamin B12 to the malnourished vegan before eventually depleting itself, does it? No, yeah, she does understand that there's a difference between the bacteria.
She's conflating, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're onto something here. She's conflating between the B12, vitamin B12 and the B12 bacteria.
Yeah.
Like producing bacteria, and she says, like the bacteria is the thing that is stored in the liver, and then somehow she says that the bacteria is depleting itself.
Yeah, exactly. As if
Yeah.
as if B12 is a bacteria. That's kind of what her claim is here. Like she's conflating the two. Yeah. The number of years. Yeah, go on. Sorry.
Wait, one more thing. She also seems confused about the concept of organs as storing vitamins. This isn't surprising either. Like just the liver alone stores all the fat soluble vitamins as well. So
Yeah, the muscles store a bunch of stuff.
it stores minerals too. So yeah, I don't know why she's acting incredulous about an organ storing vitamins.
The number of years it can allegedly remain stored there widely varies, usually estimated to range anywhere from 1 year to 20 years, at which time a vegan will become dangerously deficient and must then begin taking supplements. Wait a minute, is it between 1 year and 20 years? I've never heard that. That's a lot.
But it depends on how much you consumed and absorbed earlier in life, right?
I don't think you ever have storage up to 20 years. I would say 4 years I've heard maximum, but never 20 years.
I heard 9. So yeah, the truth, the kernel of truth here that there is a bit of a vegan propaganda going on here. Like the claims vary greatly. I've never heard 20 years either. I've heard
Or
9
maybe
years
it's
is the top.
maybe it's just a gap in the knowledge, right? Maybe just they're just claims based on some certain anecdotes.
It could also be that that she is confusing time to deficiency, functional deficiency, to time of onset of clinical deficiency, which
Yeah.
requires presence of symptoms.
Fair. Yeah. So you can have like a B12 deficiency because you depleted your storage in the liver, but your symptoms are not haven't arrived yet to the party.
Yes.
Cool.
Yeah, this myth was created to explain the mysterious phenomenon of vegans being able to go without any meat or B12 supplements for long periods of time without exhibiting any signs of illness or deficiency. It also serves to effectively demonize the plant-based diet as unnatural and lacking a crucial vitamin that only animal products can provide. I'm
What's
sorry.
the evidence for this?
No, it does not. B12 is not related to veganism. B12 is not, like, she yet again confuses the causal chain with the idea that, because she says that B12 was created to debunk veganism. No, it wasn't. It's not. None of that is true. It's ridiculous.
E. coli was also invented in a lab in 1885.
As the meat peddling Wellston A. Price Foundation explained in this vitamin B12 vital nutrient for good health article, the body stores considerable B12 obtained from eating meat in the liver. Thus, a delay of 5 to 10 years may separate the beginning of a vegetarian diet and the onset of deficiency symptoms.
Well, earlier she claimed that it's 20 years. Here's her very credible source. The Western A. Price Foundation claims it's 5 to 10 years. So I'm not
I
sure.
think it's.
But in any case,
I think in
yeah.
one it says the storage, and in another it says the beginning of symptoms.
No, this also claims the storage. The number of years can allegedly
Yeah, yeah,
remain
that-
stored in the widely
Yeah.
varies.
Yeah,
This is talking about
that
storage.
claims the storage, and this one is talking about the symptoms. Does a delay of 5 to 10 years separate the beginning of a vegetarian diet and the onset of deficiency symptoms, right? So it's not that,
Okay.
that you're fully deficient, but rather that's when the symptoms start appearing.
Okay, well, how can deficiency be longer than the symptoms? I don't know.
The problem with this line of reasoning is that it is impossible for any beneficial bacteria, as B12 is alleged to be obtained from putrefying, decaying piece of carcass flesh, popularly referred to as meat, or in any other animal product like dairy or eggs. God forbid it be known that the reason these long-term vegans can go decades without taking a B12 supplement is that no such thing was ever needed in their diet. The medical writers of the University of Virginia actually concur with the idea that it's the B12 supplements that store up in the liver rather than any meat bacteria lurking about from previous consumption. In January 2009, Nutrition Issues of Gastroenterology article Vitamin B12, no one should be without it. They insist that it is the synthetic form of B12 obtained from fortified foods and oral supplements that's being stored. Do you want to go on, or do you want to?
Yeah, sure. So it says they state
state
that
that-
90% of synthetic and B12 is stored in the liver. Well, the citation, I've read the entire article. Actually, the citation doesn't say talk about the synthetic form, and they are actually whenever it's synthetic, they say synthetic in their article, and whenever they are talking about the natural B12 as well. So when they are talking about the natural B12, they just say B12, right? That's my impression of the article. I could be wrong, but she's inserting the word synthetic into the quote, and I'm not sure.
She's just
if
adding words to the study that weren't there.
Well, the word synthetic does exist in the. It's not a study, by the way. So like some kind of a
okay.
that kind of a paper, but they do talk about both natural and synthetic B12, right? But just in the quote, the word synthetic doesn't exist. Whereas my impression from this paper, right, that when they talking about the synthetic B12, they say the word synthetic in the study, right? We can cursory search the word synthetic, and so yeah, they are making the distinction between those two. So naturally occurring B12 is only found bound to protein of animal origin. In this form, B12 must be blah blah blah, doesn't matter. So B12 that is unbound, and that's the synthetic one, can be absorbed via the IF route, blah blah blah. And so when they're talking about the synthetic B12, the state is specifically synthetic B12. And when they're saying just B12, it's not, not specified. Therefore, it's just the regular, the natural, quote unquote, animal source B12 that is bound, apparently. So I'm not 100% certain about the specifics, if my understanding of this is correct, but in any case, the word synthetic was inserted into the quote.
Yeah.
So this is another instance, like the first one with the E. coli, she clearly just changed the word discovered to invented.
Yeah.
And then this one, they're just inserting words into quotes. Interesting.
Okay, we can move on. Done.
Yeah. And estimate that stores can last between 1 and 5 years, depending on the amount consumed, so source and hepatic function. Of course, the university doesn't feel the need to mention the havoc B12 supplements wreak upon the poor, overtaxed liver while setting up shop there. Their only concern is the risk of deficiency. But they are essentially correct, since there is no such thing as natural supply of vitamin B12, either from eating meat or any other source. What actually ends up getting stored in the liver is undesirable buildup of the synthetic B12 supplements that accumulate there. This is
The
why
paper doesn't make that claim, by the way.
This is why there is such a
That's important.
frequent incidence of liver-related problems when high levels of B12 are detected. It's the main organ where the majority of synthetic supplements' toxic compounds end up, and the damage can range from serious to fatal. Wait, before we move on to the
where
next
was that
chapter.
where was that ever claimed? That last paragraph, was that ever claimed anywhere?
I guess that was the paper with increased mortality in case of certain.
Did it have anything to do with
B12
liver-related problems?
Yeah, no, but this is definitely at the least, and I'm trying to be charitable, overblown.
I just like this is such a weird thing because it's pretty clear
You
that
guys
she
remember
doesn't understand that it's the opposite, that because it stores it, whenever there's an issue, of course there will be elevated B12, right? Like that's the mistake that she's making so prevalently here.
Oh, so it's similar to when you have a heart attack, your cholesterol is really low right after the incident. That sort of thing.
Yeah, it doesn't mean that low cholesterol is associated with heart attack, right?
Well, some people in the ketosphere would
It
have
can be
you believe that.
associated. It doesn't have to be causal.
Yeah, it's not causal. That's what I mean. Yeah.
All right. Should we do any final notes on this chapter before we move on, I guess?
Are there any questions in the chat that we finished chapter 22? And I actually want to ask you guys how you're feeling because I'm getting tired. And if chapter 23 is just as long, then, oh, Jesus Christ. It's pretty fucking
Maybe we
long.
can do like only like a few citations. And then I think Not Enough Tea has like the actual counter evidence to the should we or should we not take B12. Maybe we can start with that and then see if we want to talk about the sewage sludge.
I don't even know. Like I feel like this one chapter where we debunked essentially all the stuff, we can go into the sewage slough and debunk the nonsense there. Sorry, quote unquote nonsense. Sorry for jumping to the conclusion. But
I can probably just take like 2 or 3 minutes to show the evidence without reading the chapter, showing that she's like again just misunderstands.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. Let's do that because
yeah.
we went to. I think it's fair that we went through this whole one chapter, paragraph by paragraph, and I hope everybody understands that we've been trying in good faith to prove that some of the things claimed there are not fair. We did find one good claim, right? But most of them were unfounded, were misunderstood, and that's all it proves. Of course, you can form your own conclusion based on that, but you know, let's just look at the data.
I've never seen a book or a paper or anything just quoting MSDS sheets, material safety data sheets, to make an inference about like a supplement or a food. It's really weird.
Yeah. So
Not Enough
And then
Tea. Should we start with like the things that you wanted to share, or what is your preference?
wait,
feel free to continue with the next chapter.
Yeah, VPM. Do you wanna summarize what's wrong in the next chapter, and then and maybe show the data, and then we, or do you want to go again paragraph by paragraph? How do you want to do it?
Oh, crap! I don't know how many. How many?
Sludge.
7, 8.
7 pages. That's an hour. That's kind of how I measured it. Because the other one was 21
sewage
pages.
sludge, though.
Maybe let's read maybe just a little bit. Let's just start it, and we'll see how it goes. This is important because this is one of the main claims from the proponents of this book, right? It's like has sewage sludge, it has antibiotics, it has like a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, I feel like maybe we should read a little bit and then just jump directly to the claims and the debunkings of it, because I don't want to read every paragraph like we did in the previous one. It just feels like way too much. As if the idea of cyanide in your healthy vitamin supplements wasn't off-putting enough, there's plenty of other nasty stuff lurking in those innocent-looking jars of vitamin B12. Truly disgusting things like sewage sludge, waste from dairy cesspools, and genetically modified bacteria, including a strain that was actually named for the acne breakouts it causes. It's been explained that dogs, cats, and other animals get their required daily portions of vitamin B12 from rooting around in their own feces. And since most humans don't engage in this type of behavior, we are forced to take supplements. But if the official narrative tells you that one can only obtain this rare bacteria by digging around in one's own excrement, why is it so inconceivable that sewage sludge would be used as a source? On March 3rd...
Well, first of all, if I can, 1 second. So the claim wasn't that one can get it only from excrement. The claim was that dogs and cats do get it from rummaging through their feces. So that's the different claim. Yeah.
On March 3rd, 1951, a patent was filed by the Sewage Commission of the City of Milwaukee for the process of preparing vitamin B12 active product from sewage sludge. Under the classification of medical preparations containing organic active ingredients, it was granted on July 21st, 1953.
So here's the patent. As you can see, very old thing, and took me a long time to find the specific patent. But here's an excerpt from that patent, right? So it was patented specifically suitable for incorporation into animal feeds, right? So at the present time, there is a large commercial market for prepared feed for poultry and other non-ruminant animals such as hogs. So this doesn't exclude the potential of our B12 also coming, being isolated from sewage sludge. But this patent was granted specifically for animal feed, not for human consumption. And there are indeed differences between the regulations for whatever is consumed by human beings and whatever is consumed by animals. So I think I can just go through those really quickly because the next claims are kind of the same, right? So it's, again, we're talking about sewage sludge. And if you go into the very old citation, again, I'm sorry, this is blurry. That's how old it is. A vitamin B12 content of 1.5 milligrams per pound has been proposed by the Association of American Feed Control Officials as the required levels for a commercial feed supplement. So the word feed, if somebody doesn't know, only pertains to animal food and not human food. For human food, we have the word food. And so because it says the feed supplement, commercial feed supplement, that means that it's been produced or like patented to be produced or proposed to be produced for animals. Citation number 3 states, I think, something similar. So as a supplement for the feeds of animals such as chicks and pigs. Where else? Citation number 4. If I find something that is like a different thing, I'll let you know. So those guys are actually not saying what this was created for. But they do isolate a factor, V1A, from sewage sludge. The author makes the claim that she's misquoting again. So she says effective anti-metabolites from factor B12 isolated from sewage sludge. So she's changing the quote. And the factors are actually, they're like compounds, B12-like compounds, and not active B12. So sewage sludge is usually, it's like full of bacteria, all kinds of bacteria. So for research purposes, usually, or for animal feed purposes, but usually for research purposes, sewage sludge is used to extract those bacteriums and to see if some compounds can be used for, I don't know, more research or whatever. But in this case, this specific paper is about the B12 analogs. So not an active B12 that you can find in your pill. And funnily enough, this citation immediately talks about vegetarians and vegans as potential groups that can be B12 deficient, but we're disregarding that as like the same source states he's talking about B12 deficiency in vegetarians and vegans, but we're disregarding that factoid, but we're only looking with authority at the source stating that you can take B12 from sewage sludge. And of course, she's changing the quote. So this one, 2 new vitamin B12 factors, again, from sewage sludge. So again, those are factors. Those are not active B12. So B12 analogs, it says it specifically, right? So not the active B12 that you're going to find in your supplement. Production of vitamin B12 and folic acid from agricultural waste using new bacterial isolates. So let me look at this paper. Hold on. Let me prove that I'm not a bot. 1 second. So this paper actually doesn't state why. So a few things about this paper. So this paper doesn't state why they're trying to isolate B12 from sewage sludge. The saying that for sure, or at least I didn't maybe understand while skimming through it, right? But they don't say if it's for human or animal consumption, right?
I can explain that part. So finding anti-metabolites is interesting for multiple reasons. One is that the one carbon metabolism is often a linchpin of cancer metabolism. So if you manage to disrupt that, you might kill cancer cells first. This is so we know this from methotrexate, folate. It's a folate antimetabolite. On the other hand, humans are not the only organism that depends on B12. There are also foodborne pathogens like Listeria, and yeah, inhibiting their metabolism would be useful to, well, combat an infection.
Cool. So, but the point that I was trying to make about this specific paper that she cited in her book about the supplementation of B12 is that this paper comes from the botany department, Faculty of Science, Tanta University, Tanta, Egypt. So it's highly unlikely that this is research for human consumption because it comes from the botany department. So I'm not sure if they are dealing with like isolation of B12 for human supplementation. They are talking here about let me just find it 1 sec. Not soybean. They're talking about, maybe it's in a different paper, maybe I'm confusing. It's been a few days since I was talking about something broad bean. I think they were talking about the broad bean somewhere in one of the papers as like a potential for like producing actual B12 if you put certain amounts of sewage sludge as like manure, as like a fertilizer. But I think maybe it's a different paper.
In this chapter, does the author make the claim that sewage sludge is bad or something? Or like, what's wrong with sewage sludge?
Yeah, I was gonna
Yeah,
make that
it's good
claim
that
also.
you're addressing this. Yeah, because I didn't think about that while doing this, because I was trying to be as charitable as possible to this chapter and just like trying to find the citations, read as much as I
Yeah.
can, find the quote, and then find the background to the quote. But you are actually making a very good point, right? So what would be the problem with sewage sludge
Yeah, what's wrong with
being
sewage sludge?
collected? Yeah, like isolating the bacteria from that and then making that bacteria produce B12, then purifying that, and so on and so forth. What would
made
be
my
the problem?
coffee with sewage sludge this morning by her lights because it was filtered through a wastewater treatment plant in Denver, Colorado, and then put into the municipal water supply, and then put into my coffee.
Yeah, it's
Well,
just
All the
It's
water
an-
that comes out of your tap is sewage sludge. It's derived from a sewer, put through a wastewater treatment plant, and put into potable water lines.
yeah, it's the same mistake that she makes where she thinks that just because sewage sludge was used in the production of something, let's imagine that it means somehow that you are eating sewage sludge, right? Which
Yeah,
is
I'm eating sewage sludge every day. I cook my rice in it. I cook my pasta in it. It
water.
comes from a sewer. Yeah, just water out of your tap. If you live in a city, at least you could have a well. You could have well water, but
Yeah, and I feel like I don't know if you want to go through this VPN, but my research on this sewage sludge thing is that it's highly experimental now, and the experimental phase is mostly for animal production feed, not for humans. I haven't seen any particular claim or any company that has reached the market to doing this for humans. There are companies proposing it for the same reason of being efficient at it. And of course, if that were the case, they would obviously need to pass the standards of
Regulatory,
safety. Yeah, the ones that they provide, that she just provided earlier, like where she makes the same mistakes, right? Like with the
is
data
this just like
sheets.
kind of like a genetic fallacy? It comes from a sewer,
It
therefore
is,
it's
yeah.
bad. Like we use like gray water for a lot of stuff. It's not as treated as potable water. That's sewage sludge, and yeah, it's like
yeah,
what's
but
wrong with sewage?
also on top of that, she's also wrong because sewage sludge is only used for animal feed or like as a fertilizer or something like that.
Yeah.
At
Yeah,
least from the evidence that she presented, right?
Yeah, so
So it's
far
like
that's
two
what I
layers.
found. I found one company
even
that does it, and
granting
it's
if
only
it's
for
bad,
animals.
it's not even. Yeah, so even granting if sewage sludge, quote unquote, is bad, it's not even used in the supplements that we're taking. Gotcha. Even though I think sewage sludge is great, we should use it for more stuff.
Yeah.
We're already like treating sewage every single day. Why not find more uses for it? What's wrong with that?
Yeah, and sewage sludge is like used for research again to isolate because it's such a like a cool background of bacteria that you can find like many like B12 analogs and all kinds of other stuff. You can just like find bacteria producing a bunch of really cool stuff in sewage sludge. So they isolate the bacteria and then they allow the bacteria to produce the thing that they want. Mostly for research, but yeah, like what would be the problem with creating like something, as Joe stated, something
Yeah.
that's actually like consumable human beings after running a bunch of regulations?
Yeah, if you
on
just Google
that.
gray water uses, it's commonly used for tons of stuff that you know, not just you don't use it for human consumption. That would have to be treated more, but that's quote unquote sewage sludge, and we're using it for like
To water
irrigation
our
and
veggies and stuff, right?
yeah.
Especially, yeah.
Um.
So the Evil Merc Lab, they wrote a paper, crystalline vitamin B12. So it's basically isolation. Look how old it is, holy shit. It's basically again about the isolation. I don't know, I don't remember what her point about it being crystalline. Oh, yeah, she said crystals in the blood cause something. That's what was the claim actually? I'm now interested.
Can I make a quick
Yeah.
joke before that? It's so old that it was actually written on paper.
Yeah, it is funny. Many supplements also are also crystalline. So she says that's bad because crystals in our bloodstream cause damage and unwanted buildup of minerals where they aren't needed.
So she thinks that if something is a crystal, it'll show up in your bloodstream as a crystal. So like our sugar isn't sugar like a crystal?
Yeah. I'm not sure. So that's what like some of this basically we're trying to make here, but also what did I want to say? Yeah, the citation just like makes talks about cow manure a lot, and that's what she was trying to say, that it the growth factor in cow manure. So again, the factor doesn't mean that it's the actual B12, but frankly, at this point, I didn't read the full paper. I'm not gonna lie. If anybody wants to read it, I'll
Yeah, so
maybe.
post-mortem, you know when
Yeah.
it's like snowing out, and there's like these little snowflakes falling from the sky?
Mhm.
Those are crystals, right?
Yeah.
So when you see like a little kid holding their tongue out to like catch a snowflake, they shouldn't do that because
They'll
it
get
might
cancer.
create they'll create crystals in their bloodstream because it's a crystal.
They'll get
Yeah.
cancer. We all
And
know that.
crystals in our bloodstream cause damage. And
Ice
don't want
cubes
people to
are
have them.
crystals and sugar is crystals. Don't eat a banana. There's crystals in a banana.
Yeah. So there is like an equivocation fallacy going on here. She's like
Clearly.
using a word, and then she says, well, she misunderstands what the meaning of the word of crystalline vitamin is, and then she uses the word crystal as like to indicate some other stuff. Right,
Crystals,
what else
though.
do we have? Yeah, so entitled Why Does B12 Have Sewage Sludge in It? Uncovering the Certainly Truth about your supplement. This is a blog article, if I remember correctly. Indeed. And synthetic B12 manufacturing. This is from the blog article itself that she cites. The manufacture of synthetic vitamin B12 can be a complex affair. It requires certain bacteria and archaea that make B12 naturally. Some of these microorganisms are found in sewage sludge, which has been highlighted as a potential source for B12. So I think, I don't remember, what did I? No, I don't remember what the citations were. Oh yeah, the article cited this B12 blog, sorry, cited this article and blah, blah, blah. And I think this article also makes the claim that it's for animal feed or something. I didn't do it well. I'm afraid.
Did she Google sewage sludge study and then like found a random study on sewage sludge? Is that what we're seeing here?
Maybe.
Sewage sludge B12. Sewage sludge B12. That's what she Googled.
Does B12 even show up in this study?
Let me.
It just says like contaminations in sewage sludge.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
What the
show
fuck
up.
does it do with anything?
Yeah, well, the citation is for the fact that it can be contaminated. Sorry, I'm mixing stuff up here. Yeah, so this makes the claim they're using the microorganisms that happen to also live in those environments, right? So it doesn't mean that the B12 comes from actual sewage sludge into a peel, and the produced B12 is highly purified before it makes its way into your multivitamin. And the citation was on the claim, I think, that potential contamination risk during the initial phases of production, but sewage sludge. So I guess I should have maybe. How did I not? Yeah, I should have screenshot what I meant here, frankly. I'm so sorry about that. But I think this doesn't pertain to. However, according to a report of European Commission, only 39% of produced sewage sludge is recycled into the agriculture in the European Union. So this just talks about the sewage sludge is not as a producer of B12, it just talks about the sewage sludge that is, oh, there you go, to maintain fertility and enhance crop yield, is like for crop yields and stuff like that. So
yeah, like I was saying earlier, sewage sludge is amazing shit.
Yeah,
literally.
it's used as a fertilizer, but sometimes contamination happens. So, but we can't infer from that in our B12 peel, neither that there is like sewage sludge, nor that contamination can occur, and we can get some kind of.
This is convincing me we should use B12 or sewage sludge to make B12. I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
I don't care.
No, we
If
should.
they do,
we totally should.
Yes,
We should
well, actually,
reuse everything. Yeah.
Yeah, we should use
Yeah, so
sewage sludge for
actually,
more shit.
though-
Is what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I actually asked ChatGPT, first of all, is sewage sludge used, and like why one would use or not use sewage sludge, and it made the claim, I don't know, maybe ChatGPT, maybe it's wrong, that you can't actually use sewage sludge for human B12 consumption because there are too many analogs that could be created by sewage sludge, and the isolation would be an absolute nightmare. It's much easier to get the bacteria that produces the high yield of non-analogous, but the actual B12, and just like let it reproduce in the lab, let it secrete the B12, and then isolate that B12 and sell you in a pill. It's just like much easier, much cheaper production than from sewage sludge that has like way too much stuff going on in it, and the isolation procedure would be too hard. That's what B12. That's what
You changed my
ChatGPT
mind.
claimed.
No sewage sludge
Yeah.
B12. Damn it.
So this is one of those things that could be a grain of truth. Have no idea. This is like a proposed, very old paper again from 1965. This is the use of cheese whey for vitamin B12 production. They again, as far as I could read, it's a short paper, so I did skim it. They don't say why they're trying to produce B12 in this case, but they do use this whey as the substrate. But it's like a proposed methodology. Fuck knows if they're actually using it. Fuck knows if it goes into our personal B12.
So some grad students in 1965 in South Dakota wrote a proposed cheese whey B12 production, and that's in her
Yeah,
book
it's just
for some
like
reason?
a proposed methodology. So don't know what happened to this. No idea. But like the main bacteria. So the thing that I can say, right? So the main bacteria that are used in producing cheese are also sometimes used in producing B12. It's just like a very high yield of B12, right? But again, it's the genetic fallacy or something like that, right? Like the bacteria can be in cheese, and the bacteria can also produce B12. Doesn't mean that necessarily the substrate that is used in our B12 today has whey in it. Just like, why are we looking so far in the past? Frankly, I'm not sure. What else do we have here?
Wait,
So
before
another
we
study
go
done.
any further,
Yeah.
is there any extra claims? Because so far it's just the claim of sewage waste, and it just feels like a lot of sewage waste claims, which we've already debunked several times.
Well, the last claim wasn't sewage waste related. It was like
Yeah,
whey
cheese whey. Yeah,
related.
yeah.
So it contributes to the claim that the claim of the author and the proponents of the book that B12 is potentially not vegan. And so I think that's like a genetic fallacy that is made there, but could be. I don't know, just like the proof, the definitive proof for it, for the claim wasn't provided. So I can't say either way, right? So I'm leaving a sliver open if evidence is produced that the substrate for my B12 is from whey, then I probably should look for a different source of B12 from a company certified. I don't know. The thing is certified vegan, so I don't know. But
Postmortem, very important side note. I found the obituary of Lloyd B. Buellerman,
who's
who
that?
was one of the authors of that
Mhm.
whey paper.
Mhm.
He helped NASA develop a technique to irradiate bread. So cool factoid there. Yeah,
Cool.
it's the second author there. B. Buellerman was a food scientist. He worked at South Dakota University, as shown there for a little bit. It's just curious
Why
on the.
was he irradiating B12?
He was irradiating bread
Bread,
for
sorry.
NASA because it came back from space.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Conspiracy
maybe for
confirmed.
testing that. Yeah.
Okay.
In lieu of flowers, please the family has requested donations. So just
So the reason why I'm asking is because I want to give it also some time for us to be childish, as we want to be childish about this, and
sorry.
and then we should have also some questions if we have some questions that we should address. And
So let me hurry up.
we're
It's
already
only
at a
11
4-hour
citations
mark.
left.
Yeah.
I just don't want to leave any
No, please. I love the thoroughness.
anything
Yeah.
unturned, and I did the work for this, so let's just go through this.
Yeah.
So utilization.
And wait,
of dairy,
before that,
yeah.
can everybody just give a huge appreciation for VPM for doing this amazing work in the chat? Can everybody just drop a 1, of something vegan, like broccoli, a leaf, some love? Can we share some love for VPM for doing this amazing job of debunking all this stuff? It's not easy, and they really did a great job.
Yeah, and just to make sure, nothing, the things that I found are not set in stone. If somebody can provide evidence from the citations or from other sources that I was wrong anywhere, I'm completely open. I'm willing to admit that I'm an idiot, right? So let's move on. So again, utilization of dairy in vitamin B12 fermentation. The claim that I highlighted here and can be safely used as the vitamin supplement in the poultry feed. So again, this is in production of animal feed, B12 supplementation, optimization of vitamin B12 synthesis using bacterium, blah, 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 in dairy wastes again. So the comment that I wrote here doesn't seem like whey is used as a substrate for human supplementation from this paper. This link is not a definitive proof for it, but the burden of proof is not on us. So again, this paper doesn't state either way why they're trying to produce B12 from specific dairy wastes, right? But from everything that we saw so far, I lean closer to the fact that they're trying to use dairy wastes to produce B12 for animal feed and not for human consumption, but it doesn't state either way. Common synthetic vitamins to avoid. It's just I think a blog article, so I think we can skip. It's like Food Matters website. Who gives a fuck, frankly? Dangers of synthetic B12, synthetic vitamins and how to spot them. This is Art of Unity. This link doesn't even exist, if I remember correctly. So it's just we are under construction, so I can't examine it either way. But it again just sounds like some kind of a blog, some kind of a organization with non-expertise. Let's just say it like that. She makes the claim that there is coal tar in a B12 supplement. Don't know either way if there is or there isn't. And then the citation that she provides is again on on the carcinogenicity, and the problem is, though, again, I think is the dose response, because known as human carcinogens based on sufficient evidence of carcinogenicity from studies in humans. But I think this is an occupational type situation. So if you're using coal tars and coal tar pitches, I think it did make the claim, I think, occupational or something else. Sorry, I guess. There you go. So numerous studies, mostly case reports, have found that occupational exposure to coal tars and coal tar pitches, so this is associated with increased skin cancer and including scrotal cancer. Workers in these studies have included patient fuel and blah, blah, blah. So first of all, it's only based on mostly on case reports, which by design, when you have a case report, it's something anomalous. It's something of high exposure, right? So it's not gonna be, even if coal tar is in the supplement, it's not gonna be a high enough dose, and the use of it is not gonna be the same as this. What else? The National Cancer Institute, I think it's basically the same coal tar, and it's like obviously both coal tar and coal tar pitch contain many chemical compounds, including carcinogens such as benzene. And it's obviously fucking occupational here.
Yeah.
If you can see by the
So
picture.
this, just to make an analogy, this would be similar to saying that, you know, your house is made out of wood, you're going to get cancer living in your house because wood dust is a known carcinogen.
Yes.
Because like
Indeed.
carpenters who ingest wood dust, it's linked to cancer. But that
No.
doesn't mean that like being around wood or having wood in something is going to cause cancer.
I mean,
it's a dose response, and it's how you interact with the compound. The same said, she did mention Roundup earlier, so glyphosate. The same goes for it. Glyphosate is carcinogenic in occupational doses, right? So like if you're a farmer and you're spreading huge amount of glyphosate and you're not using protective gear, you are probably increasing your cancer risk. That doesn't mean that eating vegetables that at some point were sprayed with glyphosate does anything, and we do have evidence for it. It's just like a matter of dose response and how you interact with it. You're not breathing your vegetables in high quantities. Last citation, I promise. So vitamin B12 contributes to acne by affecting the skin microbiota. I'm again gonna ask Not Enough Tea to look into it. It's above my pay grade, but this might be true, actually, right? So just this citation doesn't say anything, but it points at this citation. So I just like immediately just Dom, if you can look at the number 18 citation, because it actually takes us to the thing that makes the claim that
So we don't want the carnivore
Let me
looks
check.
maxers to get this one, right?
Let me check.
Also, meanwhile, Joe, you just kept making the wood jokes and of having wood, and I just can't, like, I'm already childish, so, you know, wood.
Let's do it.
Yeah, that's what she said.
Wood, just wood. Okay. I thought you were gonna say like eating, like don't eat wood, because
No, you can eat wood.
whatever.
Why not? Eat some wood from time to time.
I mean, if doing the same genetic fallacy here, so my multi supplement, right? It's vegan certified, and so the capsule is not made out of gelatin or anything like that, right? It's made out of hemicellulose, and cellulose is derived from wood. So I'm actually taking wood every single day, I guess.
And yes, I will show the studies that wood dust in occupational settings is carcinogenic. So you're actually going to cause cancer by taking your cellulose capsule. Yep.
Yeah.
Perfect inference.
So this was the last citation. So while Not Enough Tea is looking through the study for a second, right, to see, because I think they're looking at it for the first time. Yeah, go on.
I don't understand why she is even bringing up acne.
Well, obviously,
because if you want to look
causes
max,
acne, and that's bad. Yeah.
Yeah, if you want to take this supplement, you're not going to be a looks maxer. So don't take the supplements.
I think she's
Okay.
just
Well,
just grasping at any straw to dismantle B12.
Yeah. I can't get the full version of the paper.
Oh,
right
I'm
now,
sorry
so
about that. Let me link it in the chat then, because I don't know. I have nothing different with me, and I have the full version.
You got
But
the
also,
little
it's probably good.
unlock thing on the right there.
Oh, there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just
It's free on
read us,
PMC. Okay.
read us the conclusion. Look at that pathway. Damn.
Yeah, damn.
Some beautiful graphics.
This was someone's life work, and She found it on Google and put it in her book saying that B12 is bad for you.
Ethical.
I mean, it's one of those things that actually could be a legitimate claim that in 1 in 10 subject developed acne. 1 in 10, my understanding of it is that 1 in 10 subjects that already had were already prone to acne will develop acne while taking B12 supplementation. But this is like really above my pay grade, understanding those kind of very technical papers.
Oh, but if it's
So
just 1 in
So
10.
this paper has 7 citations on the link between B12 and acne, and it seems like this only this doesn't affect everyone, but just a subset of people, and it's unclear who, and all this paper does is establish what they believe to be the mechanism through which this happens. Yeah.
Yeah, but a grain of salt,
Interesting.
and I wanted to be charitable and point it out
Yeah.
anyways, right? We don't want to hide anything in this
Yeah.
process. Yeah.
So Face IQ is going to take this and then say vegans have pizza faces because they take B12 supplements.
Yes.
Well, I'm not prone to acne, so that couldn't happen. But I guess like if you are prone to acne and you take a large amount of B12 and you it flares up, just go to a doctor and they're gonna tell you to reduce your B12 or something. I don't know. No idea.
Yeah.
I'm not understanding this shit.
I had an issue with acne, and around the same time I started supplementing B12, and my issue with acne went away. So I don't think it's correlated, by the way. I think it was just like a coincidence in my situation, but you know, I don't know what to say to take it when it's just 1 out of 10 people. So yeah.
I'll be right back, and then we can be childish, maybe like address some comments for now.
Yeah, let's be childish. Yay, finally we're being childish. Yes. Yes. Okay.
I wanted to go over the maybe before or after we do the childish stuff, to go over the
Yeah,
actual
go.
history of B12
go.
discovery.
Yeah, do that, please. Do that,
Maybe
please.
now, before. Yeah.
Yeah, before.
All right. So
do you want to share the screen?
Not yet. It's not.
Okay.
I'm gonna show some papers later, just for the people who are interested. But it's
How long is it?
It's not that complicated. So B12 was found because of one particular associated disease, which came way before veganism. It's pernicious anemia, and that and pernicious anemia is one one form of one consequence of B12 deficiency, and this happens because of a lack of intrinsic factor. Intrinsic factor is that the glycoprotein that gets secreted by the fundus and the corpus of the stomach, and in people with autoimmune gastritis, the that that tissue is attacked and then secretes far less to no intrinsic factor, and that then leads to this anemia that presents as macrocytic and sometimes hyperchrome as well. So it's the red blood cells become large and get loaded up with hemoglobin, and in the 1920s. Gonna mention that because we're now in the 2020s, 1 century later. So they found that liver extract treats pernicious anemia, and one clever scientist by the name of Mary Shaw Shorb noticed that the same kind of liver extract was being used to grow a certain lactobacillus for making yogurt and dairy, some dairy products, and um, so they worked on isolating the factor that makes both that lactobacillus thrive and that helps pernicious anemia go away, and that was how vitamin B12 was actually found, and um, that really was only possible because Mary Sharp received a grant from Merck, but it was not a laboratory of Merck, and this is not the kind of research that a company is involved in. It's just the type of research that companies like Merck fund because it reduces their tax burden. That's all. Yeah, and I can show some of the original papers. Not all of them are available. Yeah, that's
I think
the whole
that's
story.
Yeah, I think that's very valid, and I expected that, and I think she does mention the story in the book. She just derives that in the book. She makes a genetic fallacy by deriving that because it was funded by that company, then therefore they had a financial incentive to, to say that you need B12
Yeah.
and stuff.
Well, so she alleges a larger conspiracy.
Yeah.
How does she
earlier,
explain? How does she explain the various Nobel prizes related to vitamin B12?
oh yeah, she
Like,
has
is
a
the
chapter
Nobel
on.
consortium in on it?
Yeah, she has then a chapter where she quote unquote discredits Nobel Prize winners one at a time by making claims that she doesn't back by evidence. It's just like a lot of like, well, this person won the Nobel Prize and then they did this stuff. And so in her mind, she discredited the Nobel Prize as
So she just
a figure.
slanders scientists. Okay.
But there, as you weren't here when we began the stream.
I was listening in though. I was
Yeah, no,
not
I didn't mean
front.
I didn't mean UVPM. I meant
I wasn't.
Oh,
not enough
not
tea.
enough
Yeah,
tea, yeah.
yeah. We were mentioning and we stated that this isn't a book against B12. This is a book against science, and in fact, a lot of the people who are denying the B12, they are also denying a lot of scientific science in general, and they're claiming material science is the issue, which, yeah.
Well, then they these people can just pull up these papers that explain which kind of liver extract and which type of lactobacillus and which assays were used, and they could just try to repeat it, and if it doesn't work, that would be something that that shows an issue with science, but with that particular science, but not this conspiracy that is being alleged. That's just
Yeah, but like, I mean,
that's
come on,
silly.
face it. That's what it is. I'm being childish now.
Yeah.
Face it. It's there clearly. It's a global conspiracy funded by a big pharma company and all their competitors also. And there's thousands of people involved, including Nobel Prize winners and including the Nobel Committee. All of it is a conspiracy to discredit veganism, which didn't even exist at that time.
Sounds like a very parsimonious explanation.
It's only
Yeah, and
logical.
too logical.
Yeah.
One of the things that it could be, right? It could be that she ties it in somehow that I don't remember how, haven't noticed while listening to the book. But it could be that the book is totally contradictory because when she comes to chapter 23 and makes the claim that the B12 supplement is derived from sewage sludge, well, the question is then, how the fuck did it get into sewage sludge then if it doesn't exist in nature? And
Obviously, Merck put it there.
one of the first things that she says is, well, B12 doesn't exist in nature because how can it be that the nature didn't provide us with the way to be on a plant-based diet while one crucial vitamin is missing? So it's like, I don't even know if it's an appeal to nature fallacy, but the only thing that I could hear, because I've reread that couple of times, is who the fuck promised you that nature should provide us with a way to be on a plant-based diet? Where does this like promise come from?
It's pretty
That's
clear.
incredible.
Yeah, it's pretty clear that that is the promise. When I was born, I signed a contract saying that nature will save me from everything. So nature is obviously perfect. And you're just hating. Yeah. Nature is a form of God. It's energy, right? It's a form of energy that's in nature. Energy cannot be transferred. Therefore, I debunked you. I dunked on you, and I owned you.
One of the things, if I might share my screen again once I find it, there is like, there are a few things that are funny. I actually like wrote down a few things while listening to this book. So this is another thing, is my thoughts on the book. So first of all, there are two examples of how she's safeguarding against criticism. There are many more. It's just like the two ones that I isolated, where she addresses the possible criticism and therefore like refutes it ahead of time, right? So like when people who are convinced by this thing, they're probably gonna disregard the criticism because the criticism is in the book and it was used like to obfuscate a bunch of stuff. There are like a few dog whistling things, so GMO, big pharma, vaccines, she mentions them, just like doesn't rebut them, right? But she mentions them as the bad things in the book. So this is absolutely is anti-scientific book and not just like anti-B12 book. So quote on Donald Watson that I couldn't find that supposedly said that he didn't use a B12 and didn't eat fortified foods, and yet he lived to whatever 93 or whatever the fuck. So there's no evidence for that online. I really looked really hard. Any quote of Donald Watson talking about B12 at all, I couldn't find it. Maybe other people can. Maybe I didn't look well enough. There's the classic Hegelian dialectic conspiracy that she actually addresses it. So she says a very clever problem reaction solution. So if people don't know, this is the dialectic that is used to, to say, make conspiratorial claims, circle claims, that's fine. And so some of
Wait,
the
can you explain the Hegelian one? That sounds
I don't know enough
somewhat
about it,
interesting.
but apparently the Hegelian dialectic, so the problem reaction solution, Tone knows more about it. I invited Tone to be on the panel. Maybe he can join just for this if he wants to. He doesn't have to. So I don't know enough about it, but he mentioned this for a month or so, right? Like unrelated to this B12 book, right? And then because he was talking to me about it, because he was saying that Hegelian dialectic is used in conspiracy theories, all of a sudden I found it in this book. And I was like, oh shit, she's actually using the Hegelian dialectic in this book. So it's just like confirms a little bit that this might be a conspiracy theory.
I just want to mention that I don't think I have more than 10 minutes in me anymore. Like I'm reaching a
no
point
problem.
where I'm just eating everything I have in my, because I have to eat, and also I'm extremely tired.
Yeah, I'm coming to the interesting parts. So she actually makes the claim that vitamins cause autism in this book.
Oh
Horrific
God.
stuff.
Oh God.
Yeah. And there is another thing. Misunderstanding of basic science. There was
So she
another thing
doesn't
that
know
I
what
actually.
vitamins are. She doesn't know what autism is, but somehow one thing causes the other. Yeah.
Yeah, and she also compared B12 supplementation to Nazi propaganda in the book. That was cool. And the ad hominems were absolutely crazy. She uses weird sources. We saw that. Eric Berg, Western A. Price Foundation. And this is the thing that I wanted to show. She's promoting this weird ass behavior. She was talking about the ancient practice of sun gazing, and she was literally explains in the book how to do it safely.
Looking at the
quote, unquote,
eyes.
how to
Looking at the sun.
Mhm.
What the? This woman is crazy. What the hell?
Yeah.
That's even worse than the the butthole sun tanning.
Yeah, that's way
thing.
worse because at least the tanning has a less risk of. I mean, you can get skin cancer from it, but looking
Yeah.
directly at the sun, you'll damage your eyes almost instantly.
Yeah. And just like one more thing, just because it was told to me, and I didn't realize that this potentially came from this book. So the Ladakh tribe are called. I was told that they are vegan, where there is no evidence for that, like at all. They like probably ate at some point a predominantly plant-based diet, but they weren't like a vegan tribe. So this came from like the bunch of claims from this book, which probably should be dismissed. But yeah, that's it. That's all I had to say. Sorry.
No, I think my opinion of the book, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that it is all a genetic fallacy and an appeal to nature. And of course, there's a lot of strawmans within it, but essentially it's all just a genetic fallacy because their whole claim, all these people claim, is that B12 is not real or B12 is unhealthy or whatever because they can't figure it out on their own what the reality is behind it. I'm thinking one of them is that B12 is not real, and their whole claim is because of how B12 was created, which is essentially a textbook genetic fallacy. So yeah. And the appeal to nature, my opinion, just comes from the whole writing nature with a capital N all over the book. I personally, just FYI everyone, so VPM read the whole book. I read only the first 2 chapters. In the first chapter, I got so annoyed because every single paragraph almost had a logical fallacy within it. And it's an extremely difficult to read book, from my opinion, without getting annoyed. So, yeah.
Oh, absolutely unfair. You owe me 8 hours.
Not gonna get it back.
Not gonna get it back. Well, more than 8 hours because then I had to for a week and a half track down citations from 1977. So
What I learned
Much.
today was that I should not ingest water because there's an MSDS sheet I found online that says do not ingest water.
yeah.
Yeah, obviously. Not water. It's all a conspiracy. Like I don't know. I feel like on one side, I guess we can be happy that there are these conspiracy people on our on our side, like the vegan side, because then we're clearly growing as a movement if we have conspiracy people on our side. But on the other side, I'm like, I don't know. I don't know. That's kind of why the hell would people believe this nonsense? And worst of all, as I stated at the beginning, the dangers of spreading this type of misinformation is far greater than the dangers of like of what they're claiming misinformation is, right? Like the dangers of like them claiming that you don't need B12 is far more dangerous than us claiming we need B12, even if the truth were that B12 doesn't exist. That's what I'm trying to say, and I think it needs to be taken into consideration in that way also.
Yeah, I've met vegans online who believed in the flat earth and lizard people, but at least that's not going to cause harm to people by not taking their vitamins.
Yeah, I actually kind of, when I listened to the book, I actually did understand why it is compelling because, as I said, Andrea is a relatively good writer. She was very thorough. Her writing style is very interesting. So she like lists ingredients, lists are compelling to me as well as like possibly autistic person, right? So like she lists out the things in a very interesting style. And as we showed, the book does have some grains of truth, but it also has a lot of misunderstanding of what is said, frankly, in the papers that she does cite. And there is a lot of ad hominem, a lot of mind reading, a lot of assumptions about the motivations of people, a lot of assigning bad motivations to those people rather than good. Like, it's just like villainizing these people without proper evidence, in my opinion.
I agree. I agree. I think like also her whole book just proves a whole misunderstanding of how science works, how studies work, especially in this last sentence. And even if she were, as you said, a great writer and she does do a good narrative, I don't think it's put to a good use. I think she's making one big error which most people make, which is claiming or thinking like that you know better than the experts or something, or that you somehow have stumbled upon something that nobody on this planet has stumbled upon. Look at this B12 conspiracy. And it saddens me when people fall for it more than anything, because there will always be people doing this. It just saddens me when people fall for it, because you know we got to realize there's so many people on this planet. It's not like all this. It's also very America centered, this whole book, right? This whole narrative, I think, as I was reading the intro and everything, is about how vitamins and pills are prescribed a lot by doctors, and I think that happens a lot in the US. If you knew what's happening here in the Netherlands, you would think that's the complete opposite, because there's even a running joke here that you can't get a pill here if you go to a doctor other than paracetamol. So I don't know. It's just like, it just felt like she it felt very a very personal book to her more than anything. It just felt like a very personal opinion, and I don't want to shit on her opinion, but it's highly misinformed, and it's dangerous if you believe it because it's her opinion.
Yeah, and I wish you could join us on this panel so that I could
Totally.
ask the questions instead of us trying to speculate what went through her mind. Because I think we've proven at the least that she has a lot to answer for.
Axel says, I really wish we could get Vegan Sign Guy to stop, but it's crazy how little people watch his stuff now, even though he has such a high subscriber amount. I don't know. I feel like James is amongst the people who has fallen the deepest for this whole thing, because there are other people who kind of believe it, but they're not as deep as James is. Like, James is really, really invested in all of this, and I think a sign of maturity is to realize that when you're invested in something that doesn't make sense, is to stop and go towards the good position, the one that is more in line with the evidence. But I doubt that will happen. So the whole purpose of this stream was for people who were on the edge more than anything, for people who were inconclusive, to kind of see a little bit of why you shouldn't believe this book necessarily, because it's just a lot of mishmap of nonsense. I'm sorry, I'd like to be a dick, because it's just a lot of nonsense in this book.
Yeah. Joe, you wanna lighten the mood, and then
You-
we maybe can sign off.
Yeah.
Bye. Sorry, I had to move to my phone because my wife went to yoga and I'm watching the kids upstairs. So sorry for being less focused.
That's all right. Just if you want to make a few jokes, and then we can move on.
Yeah, Joe,
With
come
our
on, make jokes, Joe. Come on. We're not putting you on the spot.
My son wants to put on his Bowser costume that he got for Halloween. So that's kind of the next focus here today is and my daughter has a Princess Peach costume. So I don't know if that lightens the mood. I got little vegan kids and they like to dress up and play Mario.
Are you giving them B12?
Yes, we have. What's the brand? Oh, actually, it's Amazon Basics. Is a vegan multivitamin for kids. It's a gummy.
Oh,
It's accidentally vegan. I was buying this like expensive vegan multi gummy for kids, and then I've found that the Amazon Basics one was accidentally vegan, and it's like 1/5 the price. It's not from some expensive company.
so you're supporting vivisection for your kids. That's what you're doing.
I also
And-
feed them fortified plant milk, fortified cereal, and nutritional yeast.
You're
And
poisoning
also,
your
when I
kids.
make bread homemade, I use enriched bread flour, Bob's Red Mill,
You're
fake
literally-
chemicals.
Yeah, so you're literally you're literally poisoning your kids. Is that not what you're doing?
It's called Bob's Red Mill enriched bread flour. They put in niacin and riboflav, as RFK would say.
The healthiest man in America.
'Cause you
But
can't.
you know, by the way, also another added thing that a lot of people don't know, just to add a little bit of a context. We tried speaking to James about all of this. I don't want to share the conversations. We tried not just once, not just twice, not just three. I think we tried at least 10 times. And we ended up in the same point, and we just ended up him being more distanced than anything, him believing more that the science is the issue. So you know, VPM did this whole thing where they read the whole book, which is great, to counter the whole claim that, have you read the book? Yeah, they have. And just debunking one single chapter, or the nonsense that says in one chapter, should be enough, I would say, especially since it's the strongest chapter. But if you yourself are a critical thinker and you open the book and you read just one chapter, whatever chapter you choose, I'm sure you will easily find a logical fallacy in there. And that's reminiscent of what's to be expected out of it.
Yeah, just like to mention it one last time, frankly, if you are making a scientific claim, then you should back it by scientific papers, not by ad hominems, not by genetic fallacies and the elk, right? And in case of James specifically, he makes anti-science claims. He says we shouldn't be scientifically minded. But he continues to make scientific claims, so maybe he should stop making those if he's anti-science.
Yeah, and yeah. No, I forgot what I was gonna say. It's been 4 hours.
Yeah, and maybe like another thing, it's not that this science is beyond scrutiny. It is obviously, we obviously are, as vegans, as ethical vegans, we are against some parts of science, the moral parts, obviously, right? So we should critique those, but we shouldn't throw the proverbial baby with the bathwater here.
Yeah, it's not about critiquing science that we have an issue. It's with disregarding the evidence, with the refusal to engage. Because honestly, this whole thing shouldn't have been us reading a book paragraph by paragraph and debunking it, but it should have been a conversation between us and one or some of them or whatever. The author should have been here to defend their claims. but she was not here to defend her claim. And this just says a lot. She blocked me on Instagram because I explained to her that what she's saying is unscientific and dangerous, because that's like, it's not just that I have a problem with them believing this, but it's potentially dangerous claim to make. So yeah, it shouldn't go that way. We should continuously, like, even if you're having a problem with science, you should talk about it with people who disagree with you, especially, because the only way to get to the conclusion is by negating your premise, right? Or seeking evidence to negate your premise.
All right.
Yeah. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here. We'll see you in the next one. If you do know somebody who has questions about this book, or questions about B12 or any of it, please send them this whole 4.5 hour stream where we kind of debunk some of the things that are said in the book. Let's be nice to them, because I think that's the only way we can convince them, with actual evidence, being nice, and not pointing fingers or creating an us versus them mentality. We need to get rid of this nonsense, because it doesn't help anyone. Thank you so much.
And if somebody has like specific questions about specific claims in the book, maybe they can join SoyFeed, find all 4 of us in there, and maybe we can have like a conversation about it, examine evidence, see what evidence is presented, what isn't. Maybe we can find a way to like dispel or confirm, right? Some things will be confirmed, and then we're gonna see how that reflects on the main claim of the book.
No, I copied the link and it just ended up discord.gg, which was not the link that I wanted to copy for SoyFeed. And also, please follow VPM if you're not following them already. They're doing an amazing job. Oh, because I was inviting them to the live thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you have a link in the description of this stream. You should have one, I think.
Yeah, the Soy Daddy, also known as Stone, put it in the chat as well.
Yeah, Soy Daddy. Thank you, Soy Daddy. Yeah, that's it, everyone. I'll see you in the next one. I'm becoming delusional. I have to eat. I have 4,000 calories left, so you know.
Crazy.
Bye.
Thanks, guys. See ya.
Have a good one. Thank you.